We'll now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Renters' Rights Bill as amended in the Public Bill Committee to be considered.
No.
We will begin with Government New Clause 13, with which it will be convenient to consider other new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move New Clause 13, Minister Matthew Pennycook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to bring this important bill back to the House this afternoon. Let me begin by thanking honourable members on both sides of the chamber for their engagement with it over recent months. In particular, I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister, the member for Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, and other members of the committee for the diligent and thoughtful line-by-line scrutiny of the bill they undertook over the course of many sittings late last year. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government promised to succeed where its predecessor had failed by quickly and decisively acting to transform the experience of private renting in England. Today we make further tangible progress toward delivering on that commitment. Our Renters' Rights Bill will modernise the regulation of our country's insecure and unjust private rented sector, levelling decisively the playing field between landlord and tenant. It will empower renters by providing them with greater security, rights and protections so they can stay in their homes for longer, build lives in their communities and avoid the risk of homelessness. It will ensure we can drive up the quality of privately rented housing so that renters have access to good quality and safe homes as a matter of course. And it will allow us to crack down on the minority of unscrupulous landlords who exploit, mistreat or discriminate against renters. The bill will also provide tangible benefits for responsible landlords who provide high-quality homes and a good service to their tenants. Not only will its provisions see the reputation of the sector as a whole improve, as those landlords whose behaviour currently tarnishes it are clamped down upon, but the bill will also ensure that good landlords enjoy simpler regulation and clear and expanded possession grounds so they can regain their properties quickly when necessary. Madam Deputy Speaker, while we've eschewed the previous government's habit of shoehorning swathes of new clauses into legislation following second reading, we did need to make a modest number of improvements to the bill in committee. Many of the amendments in question were minor and technical or consequential in nature, but I'll briefly explain to the House some of the more substantive changes that were made. To increase fairness for tenants being evicted because their landlord is at fault, we chose to make an amendment connected to ground 6A. As honourable members will be aware, this mandatory ground allows landlords to remove their tenants when eviction is necessary for them to comply, not only with enforcement action, but as a result of separate changes we made to the bill, with planning enforcement action as well. The amendment made allows the court to require landlords to pay compensation to the tenant when they're forced to vacate their homes under such circumstances. To provide greater flexibility for social landlords in meeting the demands of local housing markets, we widened ground 1B for rent-to-buy tenancies, ensuring registered providers can take possession in all necessary circumstances. We also exempted assured tenancies from the 90-day rule, which protects housing supply in London and benefits permanent residents by preventing the conversion of family homes into short-term lets. Should a tenant give notice early in their tenancy, meaning they leave before 90 consecutive nights have passed, these changes mean the landlord will not automatically be found to have inadvertently provided temporary sleeping accommodation. Lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, we made changes to ensure the introduction of a decent home standard in the private rented sector works as intended. These changes guarantee... I will give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. Last week I asked the Government to ensure that all service family accommodation meets the minimum standards of social housing as set out in the Decent Home Standard. The Minister for Veterans confirmed that you already do this. Will the Government therefore be supportive of amending the Renters' Right Bill to officially extend the Decent Home Standard to the Ministry of Defence service family accommodation?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and I agree with the objective she has in mind. But as we discussed fairly extensively in committee, we don't think the Renters' Rights Bill and the way the Decent Homes Standard will apply to assured tenancies in this sector is right for MOD accommodation, though the MOD are undertaking their own review, and I'll touch upon that specific issue later in the debate. As I was saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, these changes around the Decent Home Standard will guarantee that the appropriate person can always be subject to enforcement action, and they close a potential gap that may have been exploited by clarifying the types of accommodation that will be required to meet the standard. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are proposing a small number of further improvements, most of which are again minor and technical in nature, and I will now turn to them. As I've made clear repeatedly throughout the passage of the bill today, This government has long recognised that demands for extortionate amounts of rent in advance put undue financial strain on tenants and can exclude certain groups from renting altogether. I'm sure many of us in the chamber today will have heard powerful stories from our constituents about the impact of such demands. The typical story is all too familiar. Tenants find and view a property that, as advertised, matches their budget, only to find that on application they're suddenly asked to pay several months' rent up front to secure it. Tenants in such circumstances often confront an almost impossible choice. Do they find a way to make a large rent in advance payment, thereby potentially stretching their finances to breaking point, or do they walk away and potentially risk homelessness if they are unable to find an alternative?
Will the Minister give way on that point?
I will give up.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I thank him for the work he's been doing on this. He's highlighted the issue of tenants being asked to pay up front. In my constituency and many other London constituencies, that upfront cost amounts to a deposit in some cases to purchase a home. Does the Minister agree that we need to look into that, and also the practice where estate agents are effectively getting tenants to bid against other tenants for private rented accommodation? Minister.
Well, my honourable friend and the chair of the Select Committee is absolutely right, and as I'll just go on to detail, that is precisely why the government are moving to prohibit this practice. The government, as she will know, has already moved to ban bidding wars through the bill, where often desperate tenants are pitted against each other so that a landlord is able to extract the highest possible rental payment they can. Demands for large rent in advance payments, which is absolutely right, in many parts of the country can amount to 6, 9, even 12 months of rent in advance, can clearly have a similar effect, with tenants encouraged to offer ever larger sums up front to outdo the competition and secure a home that may or may not be of a good standard or risk being locked out of renting altogether. As I have stated previously, it might be argued that the interaction of the new rent periods in Clause 1 of the bill, which cannot be longer than a month, and the existing provisions of the Tenant Fees Act 2019 relating to prohibited payments, provide a measure of protection against requests for large amounts of advance rent.
Will the Minister give way?
I will give way in just a second. However, I made clear during committee stage that there is a strong case for putting this matter beyond doubt, and that's what we intend to do.
I thank the Minister for giving way. As the Minister will know, before coming to this place, I worked for a homeless charity in Harlow called Streets Homes, and part of our role was to support homeless people, both rough sleepers and the hidden homeless, to get into rented accommodation. And often we provided the deposit for that. So would he agree with me that actually this legislation will actually help charities like Streets Homes provide more support to more people that are in need?
Minister.
It absolutely will, and I'll go on to detail some of the other changes we're making to ensure that the bill achieves the objectives that we have set out. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, having listened to the concerns raised by numerous stakeholders, the views expressed at second reading and in committee, and the representations made to me by individual honourable members, including my honourable friends, the members for Darlington, Sheffield Central and Leeds Central and Headingley, we've therefore tabled new clauses 13 and 14. New clause 14 would limit the amount of rent that a landlord can require to a maximum of 1 month. It would prevent unscrupulous landlords from using rent in advance to either set tenants against each other in de facto bidding wars or exclude altogether certain types of renters who are otherwise perfectly able to afford the monthly rent on a property. It does so by amending Schedule 1 to the Tenant Fees Act 2019 so that any payment of rent made before a tenancy agreement is signed will be a prohibited payment. If a landlord or letting agent invites, encourages or accepts such a payment, they could face local authority enforcement action and a fine of up to £5,000. New Clause 13 would amend the Housing Act 1988 to ensure tenants continue to be protected from unreasonable requests for rent to be paid early once a tenancy has commenced. Landlords would no longer be able to include any terms in the tenancy agreement that have the effect of requiring rent to be paid prior to the rent due date. Tenants would retain the flexibility to make payments of rent in advance within a tenancy agreement should they wish to do so. The effect of these amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, would be that tenants can be certain that the financial outlay to secure a tenancy will not exceed the cost of a tenancy deposit and the first month's rent, and that they will not be required to pay their rent earlier than agreed. It would thereby reduce the barriers that stop tenants moving from substandard or insecure housing, and I commend it to the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, those honourable members with large student populations will know the dynamics of the general student rental market in many parts of the country see students compelled to make important decisions about accommodation long before they have formed stable friendship groups or have had time to properly judge a property's condition or location, and to consequently pay substantial deposits at a point in time when they are already coping with significant additional costs. This arms race, in which students are pressured ever earlier in the year to enter into contracts for the subsequent academic year, is clearly not benefiting them, and it's arguable as to whether it's benefiting student landlords who are engaged in it. The Government has therefore tabled Amendments 18 and 53. These would prevent the use of possession ground 4A in instances where a student tenancy was agreed more than 6 months in advance of the date of occupation, thereby helping to reduce the prevalence of this practice. I want to be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the amendment would not lead to an outright ban on contracts being agreed more than 6 months in advance. Instead, making the use of ground 4A conditional on not doing so will act as a strong disincentive against landlords who wish to use it, pressuring students into early sign-ups, as many do now. I'd like to thank all those who've advocated for this change, including the former member for Sheffield Central, Paul Blomfield, during his time in Parliament, my honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central and Headingley, and organisations including Unipol. Madam Deputy Speaker, having taken up the cause of a family in her constituency who were forced by a letting agent to continue to pay as guarantors for a property that had been rented by their son before he tragically took his own life, my honourable friend, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, has been campaigning for many years to protect bereaved families by prohibiting this practice. I pay tribute to her for her tireless efforts to secure change in this area. She was unable to persuade the previous government to make the necessary changes to the Renters Reform Bill. But this government are determined to act to end the abhorrent practice where guarantors are held liable for unpaid rent owed solely as a result of the death of a tenant who's a family member. We've therefore tabled new clause 15. This amendment will limit the liability of a guarantor of a tenancy agreement for rent in circumstances where a tenant has died. I should make clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, if in a joint tenancy the guarantor is not a family member, their liability for rent will be maintained. We consider this fair because we do not think it is reasonable to remove the guarantor's liability and therefore expose a landlord to additional financial risk where the guarantor is not related to the deceased. We think our new clause 15 strikes the right balance. Guarantors will be protected from being held liable for rent when they are grieving. Landlords will be able to reclaim costs owed prior to a tenant's death. Guarantors' liability for other costs incurred under the tenancy will not be affected. I turn now to Amendments 40 and 41, which would amend existing powers to charge fees for the PRS database. The amendment would expand the definition of relevant costs which can be considered when calculating such fees, and would enable fee revenue to include PRS enforcement costs incurred by local housing authorities. Honourable members should be assured that database fees will be calculated and agreed at a later date, with further details set out in secondary legislation, and developed on the basis that fees must be reasonable and proportionate. These amendments do not alter that position. In setting the fees, a range of factors will be considered, including the costs incurred by landlords. However, we do need to ensure that when calculating fees, we can take into account all relevant costs, and this amendment will ensure that is the case. Enabling fee revenue to include PRS enforcement costs is also important. For these reforms to have the impact we all want, effective enforcement will be crucial, and this was a point that was debated at some length during committee stage. As we've touched upon frequently throughout our consideration of the bill today, local housing authority capacity and resourcing is a real problem. This amendment provides an additional lever to help make sure that every local housing authority has the tools and resources it needs to carry out its enforcement role, so that good tenants and good landlords benefit from a well-regulated and enforced PRS. Turning next to Amendments 35 to 39, these expand the scope of what can be covered by the compulsory fee that private landlords will be required to pay to fund the new PRS Landlord Ombudsman. They would ensure that the fee can cover the set-up costs of the Ombudsman and activities specified in the regulations beyond those strictly necessary for mandatory aspects of landlord redress. This will allow the Ombudsman to set up the core redress service and to potentially provide additional member benefits, such as landlord-initiated mediation or voluntary member redress, without the costs having to be borne by the taxpayer. Turning next to Amendments 42 to 52, Madam Deputy Speaker, rent repayment orders are an important and effective tenant-led enforcement tool. They deter landlords from non-compliance and empower tenants to take action against unscrupulous landlords. This bill will significantly strengthen rent repayment orders, including their extension to superior landlords in rent-to-rent arrangements. But we intend to go further and ensure these sorts of arrangements cannot be used to evade responsibility and escape enforcement action. We're also making it clear that tenants and local authorities can seek a rent repayment order against any landlord in the chain, regardless of who they paid the rent to. Turning next to Amendments 24 and 26. which limit the circumstances in which landlords can use ground 7 to obtain possession from a person who has inherited a tenancy following the death of a tenant. These amendments will provide greater security for bereaved tenants by preventing them from losing their home. And I want to acknowledge the role that Marie Curie have played in advocating for change in respect of this matter. Landlords will still be able to use ground 7 if the original tenant had inherited it by will or intestacy, or the inheriting individual didn't live in the property before the tenant passed away. Landlords will also be able to use ground 7 for specialist tenancies, such as supported and temporary accommodation. This is in recognition of the critical role such tenancies play in supplying housing to those with specialist needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, private registered providers are currently restricted from using the possession ground for redevelopment, ground 6, apart from where they have a superior landlord who wants to redevelop the property. Other possession grounds, such as the suitable alternative accommodation ground, ground 9, can be used to move tenants, but only if clear conditions are met. Whilst we expect PRPs to work closely with tenants to facilitate moves to enable redevelopment work, the government accepts that in limited cases it can be increasingly hard to meet these conditions, preventing PRPs from progressing with crucial redevelopment work. I thank the National Housing Federation for raising concerns about this matter with me. I will give way.
Mr. Gilmour on this point, and I welcome what he's just said. Is he aware that there seems to be quite a lot of landlords at the present time who are using unreasonable arguments in order to terminate tenancies or raise rents ahead of this legislation coming in? And is there anything that he or his department can do to protect tenants during this quite stressful period for them?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. There is a lot of bad practice out there. That's the very reason why the government have acted so quickly to ensure these reforms are introduced, and we're confident these reforms, once in place, will provide tenants with the protection they deserve. In the interim, I'm afraid there will continue to be bad practice of the kind this bill will stamp out. Madam Deputy Speaker, for the reasons I've just alluded to, we've tabled Amendments 19 and 22 to give private registered providers an alternative route to obtain possession for redevelopment and for decant accommodation. Where the landlord seeks possession on ground 6 or 6ZA because they intend to carry out redevelopment work or want to move a tenant on from decant accommodation, they will need to provide alternative accommodation that meets specific requirements. This includes the accommodation being affordable, in a suitable location and not overcrowded. The accommodation must also be let as an assured tenancy or equivalent, unless being let for a temporary period pending the tenant being moved to an assured tenancy or equivalent. To use ground 6ZA, landlords must give tenants prior notice to ensure they are fully aware the accommodation is provided for temporary decant use. If the landlord does not do this, they are liable for a fine of up to £7,000. Where landlords wish to accommodate tenants temporarily in properties that are earmarked for redevelopment, social landlords must give prior notice and set out the intention to redevelop the accommodation and the time frame for redevelopment in the written statement. Under these circumstances, alternative accommodation will not need to be provided. Social landlords will also be required to pay removal expenses for social tenants when using ground 6 and ground 6ZA. We expect, Madam Deputy Speaker, the need to use ground 6 and ground 6ZA will not arise often in practice through PRP's engagement with tenants, but where needed, these amendments will ensure that significant redevelopment work is not unduly delayed. Government Amendments 12, 13, 17, 20, 21, 23, 28, 29, 30 and 54 are related and consequential provisions to reflect the new ability for landlords to gain possession for redevelopment and for decant accommodation. We think this group of amendments gets the balance right, enabling PRPs to progress redevelopment and use temporary decant accommodation during redevelopment works, while ensuring tenants are provided with appropriate alternative accommodation and removal expenses. Turning finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Amendment 34. Clause 30, as drafted, ensures long leases can continue to function by excluding leases over 7 years from the assured regime. These leases are typically used in purchases of leasehold and shared ownership properties. I'm grateful to stakeholders for raising concerns about the possibility of some unscrupulous landlords using Clause 30 to circumnavigate the new assured regime. Those that fit that description could potentially do this by issuing leases over 7 years with a break or early termination clause that is operable in the first few years. Tenants must not be cheated out of the assured tenancy regime's protections. Government Amendment 34 will therefore exclude all leases over 21 years from the assured regime. This will act as a much stronger deterrent to landlords who seek to avoid the assured tenancy regime. The amendment also excludes existing leases between 7 and 21 years to ensure they can continue to operate as they are currently intended to. It also ensures that regulated home purchase plans can continue to enable consumers to purchase property using the principles of Islamic finance, by adding them to the list of excluded tenancies in Schedule 1 to the Housing Act 1988. Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, the amendments the Government have tabled for consideration today are a series of targeted changes designed to ensure that the bill works as intended. I commend them all to the House. I conclude by thanking honourable members for their efforts to improve the bill and for the scrutiny and challenge it has received so far. And I look forward to listening to the remainder of the debate this afternoon.
Prohibition of rent in advance after lease entered into, except initial rent.
The question is that new clause 13 be read a second time. Shadow Minister David Simmonds.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I echo the Minister's comments in opening, and in particular extend my thanks both to the Minister and his team, to the other members who served on the committee, and to the many witnesses who came in to share their views as this bill went through its committee stages. It's clear that a lot of the debate has taken place around the real-world impact that this legislation will have, rather than on some of the political points which also exist within this debate. And certainly in that spirit, I'll be setting out my responses and the rationale behind a number of the amendments that we've made, which will be falling to votes and debates during the course of this afternoon. Now, clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, legislation is about striking the right balance. And in our contribution to the debate, in our previous attempts at legislation, and in our contribution this afternoon, we'll be looking to recognise the impact that this bill will have on tenants, on landlords, and on those particular stakeholders in this system who our amendments have sought to protect. And I highlight in particular the impact on students, on financially vulnerable tenants, such as those with poor credit scores, tenants who have pets, small landlords who are themselves vulnerable to financial shocks, and of course those other groups, some of whom have been touched on and I'm sure will be covered later on, agricultural workers, military families, those who have work-related accommodations such as NHS workers and military families, and school staff, all of which have been touched on during the debate in the committee stages. All of our amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, have sought to address some of these practical issues. For example, ensuring in the real world that when work is required to be done to a property and a tenant may be reluctant to allow the landlord in to carry out that work for whatever reason, that there is sufficient freedom and flexibility in the legislation that that can take place.
On that point.
Of course.
Thank you to the Shadow Minister for giving way. He talks about situations where tenants have to leave the property. A constituent of mine had a terrible ordeal where she had moved into a new rental property, but after 3 months it became uninhabitable and she spent a further 11 weeks going in and out of 8 Airbnbs. She was left thousands of pounds out of pocket because the landlord's insurance covered him for the loss of rent, but didn't cover the accommodation costs that she had to incur as a tenant. I wonder whether the Shadow Minister would be supportive of my new clause 22, which would require that landlords hold appropriate insurance for the purposes of paying any costs related to alternative accommodation in these situations.
Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Clearly, there are a number of ways in which the issue which the honourable members highlighted can be addressed. I know the Minister has talked about compensation. We've had our own amendments in respect of insurance, but clearly there needs to be a very effective dispute resolution mechanism in place so that when those kind of situations arise, it can be resolved. But in particular, we were focused on a situation where, for example, work to improve energy efficiency, to ensure that health and safety concerns in a property such as mould were addressed, and a tenant needed to leave because the extent of that works would render the property uninhabitable, that there was sufficient flexibility to address that. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst there have been very substantial areas of agreement on the bill, much of which does take forward work which started under the previous government as the Renters Reform Bill, we do have concerns that the new bill in the version before us creates significant new concerns around the availability and the affordability of accommodation in the private rented sector, a sector which we must not forget enjoys the highest tenant satisfaction of any type of tenure. 82% of private renters say that they are satisfied with their accommodation. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know the current backdrop is challenging and it's become a lot more so recently. The Chancellor's budget has set inflation rising and borrowing costs, we know, are soaring. Markets are responding to the chaos in number 11, and that's creating a great deal of uncertainty, both for tenants and landlords alike. The Chancellor's decisions are stoking inflation, and that's pushing rent and housing costs of all kinds up. And the black hole in local government funding that was unveiled just before Christmas means that councils facing these twin existential threats of wholesale reorganisation and growing funding shortfalls lack certainty from the government about the funding to deliver this enormous increase in their workload. Of course.
The Shadow Minister, and I know that this is an area that he does care passionately about, especially with his local government experience. Does he agree with me that where we've seen many families facing eviction, the financial pressures and costs that local authorities have to pick up in temporary accommodation is adding to this, and hence why we should have abolished Section 21 no fault eviction soon?
Shadow Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd say gently to the Honourable Lady, had Labour Lambeth Council not recently rushed to put 200 of its own people on the streets using Section 21 because they are concerned about the impact that this bill will have on their housing situation, it would have more credibility. It is very clear that this is a difficult situation in all parts of the country. There is a significant shortfall and a rising cost attached in particular to emergency accommodation in London. Just as we know in other parts of the country, there are areas with a surplus of accommodation. And all of that is part of a very complex picture that we need to make sure works efficiently and effectively together. And it is absolutely right that we set out our concerns about whether this bill in all areas goes far enough, or in some cases too far, towards addressing those. So I was touching on the black hole in local government funding and the impact that that has. Another area which we know is driving the very significant pressure is the approach that the government has taken on asylum, granting refugee status faster, thereby people being pushed out of the doors of the Home Office asylum dispersal accommodation, and onto local housing waiting lists. And I'm sure many honourable members in this chamber will have been lobbied by their local authorities about the impact that that additional pressure, those additional people who are perfectly entitled under our laws to access that housing is having on the supply that is available in their local areas. So all of these things have a huge collective impact on the pool of available housing. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we've seen in recent news, the declining confidence abroad in our economy is reducing the number of overseas students, which means it's more important than ever to support thriving student accommodations through tenancies that address student needs properly. And especially, Madam Deputy Speaker, especially for those students who may be older, who have families already, who are studying for higher degrees, where they have a fixed commitment to a particular location. All of those different requirements need to be addressed effectively in this legislation. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, does this bill rise in its new form to these challenges? It's very clear that it does fail to ensure that landlords can recover their property quickly when they need to, which reduces incentives for those to rent it out, especially for small landlords. If the member for Hampstead and Kilburn needs to recover some of her property portfolio to return it to another owner, will she have the assurance under this bill that she has due process available to her? It fails to ensure the flexibility and the freedom of contract so that tenants and landlords can agree a deal which suits them both. Students wanting to book accommodation for a 2-year period, guaranteed, or shorter or longer. Those who may be moving for a fixed-term work contract to a new location, all requiring opportunities and flexibility that are taken away by this legislation. It takes away the opportunity for landlords to make allowances for financially riskier tenants, such as those with a poor credit record, through rent in advance or other safeguarding arrangements to ensure that the landlord has confidence that they will not lose out, and that locks those financially vulnerable people out of the rental market. It creates enormous obligations on local councils, one of the biggest additional sets of burdens and expectations in generations, but as yet no real clarity about how that will be resourced at a point when all of those wider uncertainties add up to a great deal of additional cost. And it fails to provide the necessary assurance that those tenants who have pets and who need to access insurance as part of their tenancy conditions will be able to find that in a way that is available and affordable, as we set out in our new Clause 21. But more concerning still, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a missed opportunity to provide this House and all the members who are gathered here to debate it with a proper impact assessment or the assurance of a future review so that we have really good evidence on which to base our decisions. Now, our new Clause 20 sets out means of addressing that shortcoming, and the House will have the opportunity to vote for it shortly. And an example of where there is significant uncertainty, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard in some of the political knockabout the government seeking to blame its predecessor for court delays, while simultaneously claiming that there are no delays worthy of regard in the passage of this bill, while it loads more regulation onto the sector. Now, both of those things cannot be simultaneously true. So let us ensure that we properly assess the impact before we legislate. There is a lot of goodwill, for example, the point about tenants with pets being able to access the accommodation that they need. We do not want to find ourselves in this House returning to this issue because this legislation has failed to achieve what we hoped it would achieve. Now, clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the role of this chamber to scrutinise and to question. And it is the role of the opposition to oppose when we cannot see that the legislation before us will result in an improvement in the lot of the people of this country. There is a pattern emerging, Madam Deputy Speaker. They came after the farmers, they came after the pubs, they came after the small businesses, they came after the private schools, they came after our local councillors. And now this bill, in its new form, comes after our tenants and our landlords. And it's very clear by the number of government amendments which the Minister referred to in his introduction that the points we made in committee, that this bill has many shortcomings that need to be addressed, are not lost on the government. And I return to the point, Madam Deputy Speaker. Even a Labour council, a bastion like Lambeth, led by the Labour chair of London councils, is rushing to use Section 21 to evict its own tenants in advance of this bill because of the impact that it will have. A Labour council and a Labour government putting their own people out of their homes. Now, I know that the Minister is no Corbynista. We certainly learnt that in the debate. In fact, I even discovered that he has named his dog after Clement Attlee, who I assume is a great political hero. But the government's own amendments, 13 and 14, make this bill so much worse for prospective tenants. Many of us will have had constituents come to our surgeries in situations where perhaps they're turning their life around. They've got a job, they've got an income, they've got some savings, but they haven't got a good credit record. And they face being locked out of the housing market because the necessary flexibilities and measures that would address that credit score concern are effectively prohibited. For people who are foreign workers coming to the UK, needing to access accommodation and provide sufficient guarantees. Foreign students, people who are retired looking to downsize to a rental property, people who for family reasons can't access a guarantor. All of those people find themselves significantly disadvantaged by those amendments 13 and 14, which increase the risk to landlords by taking away the mitigations, and they take away the freedom of people to reach a contract and an agreement that suits them both. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I know the party opposite are very keen on asking this side for apologies, so I'm going to conclude with one. To all those, I promised the Honourable Member that's exactly what I'm going to do. To all those in the private rented sector, I'm going to make an apology. 82%, the Minister from a secondary position said, I only have 4 hours. Well, I won't be able to go through all the private tenants individually, I'm afraid. However, the apology will be fulsome. It's to those in the private rented sector, 82% of whom say they are very satisfied with their accommodation. I'm sorry that you're going to be faced with the mess that this bill is creating. Whether you are seeking to rent your first home, or whether you are someone who needs to move to a new one. I won't give way because I'm concluding. We on this side will give you the undertaking that whilst you may have to endure it to the next election, this side will put it right for the benefits of landlords and tenants alike.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his constructive work with the Liberal Democrats and other parties in the committee stage of the bill. For a generation cut off from the dream of home ownership, we find that after a century of flogging off social houses and council houses, over 1.5 million lost since 1980, that there are now basically none left. It's vital that we restore hope to millions to aspire to a decent home. And so Liberal Democrats support the key principle of this bill, which is to bring an end to no-fault evictions. Giving tenants the security they deserve after the continual stop-start of the previous government is long overdue. It's time to end the fear once and for all that any complaint from any tenant could be met with an instant eviction notice at any moment. Of course, landlords don't generally act in such a cavalier fashion. Most are good landlords. We value them and what they bring to the market. So, to sustain a healthy private renter sector, we've tabled Amendment 10, which would extend to off-street student rental landlords the same possession rules that apply to purpose-built student accommodation. Given that fully 31% on the Accommodation for Students website are 1 or 2 bedroom properties, not HMOs, as Unipol and Higher Education Policy Unit pointed out. It's a big chunk and needs to be addressed, Madam Deputy Speaker. The need for more homes is also why we've tabled Amendment 2, which would particularly incentivise more build-to-rent accommodation. In Taunton and Wellington, our Lib Dem council has supported delivery of tens of thousands of new homes. Our population's increased 10% up to 2021. And our manifesto called for 150,000 social homes per year. And I refer the House to my register of interest as a social experience as a social landlord. We clearly set out the borrowing of £6 billion per year that would make that happen, unlike the Labour and Conservative manifestos, which included no numbers whatsoever for social housing. But we need a lot of that build-to-rent accommodation to also be rent-to-own, so that renters can accrue ownership of their own home. It's time to give a whole generation of young people that have been excluded that elusive step on the housing ladder. Amendment 2 would therefore give a developer of build-to-rent housing the security of a fixed term for the first 24 months. Now, since that was tabled, I've heard from the British Property Federation and others that they would suggest a 6-month fixed term. An initial fixed term that would enable them to secure the investment they need to build more and to get building. It wouldn't undermine the general principle of moving to periodic tenancies. Build-to-rent is only 0.1% of the housing stock. We won't press Amendment 2 further, but I genuinely urge the government to take up the idea, run with it, and generate more investment in new homes. Turning to the interest of tenants, so overlooked for so long, my constituent and friend Mike Godliman, who died while recovering from major surgery while under the threat of a no-fault eviction notice for no reason he could possibly work out, was disabled. And in part, in his memory, our new Clause 23 would ensure that landlords of both private and social tenancies must give permission for home adaptations when a home assessment has been carried out. And because if rental bidding is to be outlawed, as the Minister said, it mustn't be replaced with bidding up rent in advance, our new Clause 1 would limit that rent in advance to 2 months' rent. And I welcome new Clause 13 from the government in respect of that. In-tenancy rent increases also need to be limited to protect tenants from exorbitant increases. The most sensible way to do this is set out in our Amendment 1, which would peg increases to the Bank of England base rate. Property is a financial investment asset. Landlords' costs are directly influenced by mortgage rates rather than by general inflation and cost of living. Our new Clause 22, in the name of my honourable friend, the member for St Albans, would require landlords to pay for alternative accommodation when dwellings are unfit for human habitation. Turning to amendments proposed by other honourable members, we support the proposed new Clause 10 and the name of the honourable member for Dulwich and West Norwood, which would prevent a guarantor from being liable on the death of a tenant, and recognising the government has tabled an amendment to limit this liability rather than end it altogether. We also support Amendment 7 on the content that must be submitted for inclusion on the database. The database could be a very powerful instrument for tenants if it provides information. As I spoke at some length in the committee. And new Clause 6, which will give care leavers support through funding for a deposit when they move out of care, both in the name of the honourable member for Liverpool Wavertree. One of the biggest concerns to landlords, tenants, and local communities in Taunton, Wellington, Cornwall, the Lakes, other places, is that there's no control over the number of homes being turned into holiday lets and Airbnbs. Prompted a significant increase, about 3,000 holiday homes in Somerset now, a 33% increase in short-term rentals in the southwest since 2019. Visitors, of course, bring welcome investment, but in some areas, second homes are pricing locals out of local markets.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you for giving way. You talk about second homes, and in particular, they can affect rural communities. And within the bill, under Schedule 5, there are mandatory grounds to recover possession to house someone who's an agricultural worker. But would you agree, as my honourable friend, that the definition of agricultural worker is limited and actually doesn't reflect rural workers? So, for example, those who work in the horse training industry, like those in the village of Lambourne in my constituency, where local housing is key to that industry, given the nature and the hours of the work of stable staff.
My honourable friend, the member for Newbury, is absolutely right, and the definition of agricultural workers needs to cover the breadth of agricultural workers. I'm sure the Minister has heard the point that he's made. Liberal Democrats have long argued, therefore, on second homes for a licensing system and tougher planning controls, a new use class to cover second homes and short-term lets. Both this and the last government said they would create a new use class. So please can I urge the Minister in the debate today to go further and say whether that will really happen. Without controls, there's a serious risk that second homes could proliferate if, following this bill, landlords don't wish to be part of a more regulated private rented sector. Our new Clause 2, therefore, would require government to properly assess the growth in short-term lets, and I urge the Minister to do so. In fact, I'm not sure why anyone would oppose that amendment. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, our Amendment 3 would apply the bill's proposed decent home standard to military service family accommodation. And I'm grateful to the Minister for taking the time to write to me on this, but the argument that the standard would not be suitable to service family accommodation doesn't stand up, because Clause 98 of the bill allows the Secretary of State to establish whatever version of decent home standard they feel is appropriate. Though why that should be any different for service families, I don't think anyone across the House would understand. We will hear, no doubt, the MOD say that 90% or more of service family accommodation already meets the decent home standards, so it's all okay. In which case, why not make that claim evidenced by subjecting that accommodation to the decent home standard in the bill? To say that the recently published Select Committee Service Accommodation Report under the chairmanship of the Honourable Member for Slough says different from the official reports would be a massive understatement. The Select Committee reported evidence from one service family that said, "It is impossible to challenge the decent home standard without paying for a survey yourself. It's widely accepted that each house has not been checked, but either guessed at, or it's assumed that the standard of one house is the same as all in one area." I ask, therefore, how sure can we be of the self-declared statistics from the DIO, or were they from Annington Homes? As another witness to the Select Committee said, it's disingenuous for the DIO to present glossy brochures about being decent homes plus, when they clearly are anything but. It is clear the DIO's property frequently does not meet the standards. They added, crucially, moreover, there is no local authority or anyone else to hold them to account, as would be the case of private and other local landlords. That is exactly what Amendment 3 would do, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the Kerslake report commissioned before the election by the now Secretary of State for Defence and former Housing Minister, Right Honourable Member for Rawmarsh and Conisbrough, reports of damp, mould and other service accommodation, rat infestations abound. So if all the witnesses are wrong, if all these reports are wrong, and the official figures are right that over 90% do meet the decent home standard, then there's nothing for the MOD to fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, in subjecting to that assessment, just as social and private landlords will have to do under this bill. The hard work of my honourable friend, the member for North Shropshire in the last Parliament, even got the last government to come round to the idea. The then Minister, the former member for Redcar, said in this chamber on the 24th of April last year that the government intend to ensure service accommodation meets the decent home standard. Service families such as 40 Commando Royal Marines, part of our Taunton and Wellington family community, make massive sacrifices for our country. Sometimes they make the ultimate sacrifice, Madam Deputy Speaker. They deserve decent homes, and the MOD should be required to meet the standard just as the government is requiring that of other landlords. I'm grateful to see support for this amendment from across the House. That's why we're tabling Amendment 3. That's what we'll be voting for this evening, to support our service families, and I urge members across the House to vote for it too.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Esher-Murley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by paying tribute to members from across the House who've tabled amendments to this at this stage, and to the Minister who's engaged constructively with members between second reading and report stage. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as we debate this bill today, I think it's important for us to remember why it's so badly needed. And that's because of the dire situation that many tenants across all our constituencies are facing across the UK through no fault of their own. Yeah. We have to ask ourselves, how did we get to a position where tenants have the threat of eviction held over their head for no good reason? How did we get to a position where tenants can be given only a couple of months to raise thousands of pounds for rent in advance on top of the moving costs and deposits? Yeah. How did we get to a position where the average rent rise went up by 9.1% last year? And I think it's fair to say for far too long, tenants have been an innocent victim of an unjust power balance in the rental market. And as a result of this, many of them have been unable to keep a roof over their head, and they've sadly fallen into homelessness. This cannot continue any longer, and we need a fairer deal for renters. I'll give way to the Honourable.
We noticed an increase in the number of threatened evictions coming at the present time, no-fault evictions, excessive rent rises and harassment by landlords of private sector tenants. And does she believe there's any immediate and urgent protection that we can give to those tenants?
I thank the Right Honourable Member for his intervention, and as a fellow London MP, he'll see what I see in my inbox in terms of many tenants facing that threat on an almost daily basis. The same tenants who come to our advice surgeries, the same tenants who are turned away from overstretched council departments, the same tenants who cannot apply to the social housing waiting list because those lists are already full. And it's really important we get those guarantees and protections for those tenants as outlined in this bill to hopefully help my constituents and his constituents up and down the country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this situation cannot continue any longer, which is why I'm proud that the bill introduced by the government will strengthen some of the amendments, and I welcome the amendments and suggestions put forward by members. I want to extend my support to the amendments put forward by the member for Leeds Central and Headingley, by the government on limiting rent payment in advance. Now, this is a big issue for my constituents in Vauxhall and Campbell Green. I've spoken to so many tenants being asked to stump up 6 months to 12 months rent in advance. This leaves many people priced out of the rental market, ending in a race to the bottom where landlords can charge more and more for less in return. We've got to ask ourselves, how can you finally find a place that you want to call home, only be told that you need to pay up that thousands of pounds up front? And I've mentioned, in some cases, because of the rents being charged in my constituency and many others, the money that people have been asked to stump up in advance amounts to a deposit if they took that money to another part of the country to purchase a home. We are talking in excess of £30,000 if you calculated someone being asked to stump up the average rent of £2,500 per calendar month in my constituency. The result is that those who do not have significant savings or family wealth need to end up borrowing just to call somewhere to live. This cycle of exploitation is pushing thousands of people into debt and impacting them for the rest of their lives. Research from Step Change shows that 1 in 6 private renters are relying on credit to make ends meet. Something must change. This system is really broken. And we must lower immediate financial pressures on tenants and make private renting fairer for everyone, which is why I welcome the amendments tabled in the name of the Secretary of State, and I urge the House to support the measures which will reduce upfront costs for all renters. My constituency is also home to thousands of university students from great universities across London. Students often have the most insecure housing because landlords know that they can charge a new group higher rents every year. So again, I welcome the measures restricting the time that a landlord can agree new tenancy prior to the end of the current tenancy in student housing. I think many of us will remember that time when you signed up to university, looking at your accommodation, you sign up to live with some of your friends, some that you've known, and maybe by Christmas you've all fallen out. Or that frantic search of when someone leaves the property and you've got to find a replacement, a new flatmate. The many very social media posts that you're putting, spareroom.com, Facebook. And you know, students in university need that time to be able to bed into their new accommodation. This amendment will help give those students that breathing space and to avoid the very problems that they are facing when they are signing up for early start-up accommodation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to mention a vitally important issue raised in new Clause 10, and I pay tribute to my constituency neighbour, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, for tabling this and her tireless campaign on this really important issue. The death of a loved one is a difficult and challenging time for anybody. And the one thing that people need is that time and space to grieve. Yet under the current rule, guarantors can end up facing a huge bill for the remainder of the loved one's rent. None of us would want to place in that situation. It is right that the government has acted to prevent guarantors from being faced with this unacceptable scenario, and I urge the House to support this amendment. I'd also like to briefly touch on some of the other amendments tabled by other members today, which I hope that the government will look at during a passage in the other place. Firstly, while the bill does introduce a rent tribunal for unfair rent rises, there is some concern from groups like Renters Reform Coalition that the current measures in the bill do not go far enough to prevent landlords evicting a tenant under the guise of a large rent increase. I'm particularly concerned that using market rent may not be an appropriate benchmark when market data is poor. Renters at the bottom end of the market could end up being told that an unaffordable rent rise is acceptable under this system. We need guarantees that the use of tribunal resolves this and is actually available and accessible to tenants. In Scotland, only a handful of the rent increase cases a year go through the tribunal system to the rent officer. It would severely undermine this bill should tenants being exploited not take up the option available to them. So I'd be grateful if the ministers could explain how the government will encourage the take-up of this provision, and if he'll support the alternative measures and safeguards in this bill, such as the Amendment 9 tabled by the member for Liverpool Wavertree. Finally, a number of amendments have touched on the vital issue of home adaptations in the private rented sector. It's not fair that disabled tenants end up with reduced access to their own homes. The government is rightly looking at making it easier for disabled people to thrive in the workplace. But what's the point of thriving if you don't even have adequate home and adequate housing? You cannot expect someone to go out and work and contribute to the economy if they haven't had a good night's sleep. Can any of us imagine being unable to have a shower in your own flat because the landlord refuses to make the necessary adaptations? Or trying to cook in a kitchen, but you can't even reach the worktops? None of us would want to live in those conditions. Yet this is the reality for many disabled people in the private rented sector right now in 2025 in the UK. They face this on a daily basis, seeing more challenges and blockages trying to get private landlords to address this. So I urge the government to ensure that disabled people do not face a private rented sector that is far too completely inaccessible to them. I look forward to the government responding to my predecessor committee's report on disabled people in the housing sector, and we must continue as a House to look at how we fight for a rental sector that works for everybody, regardless of your background. Thank you.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm privileged to be able to serve as a member of the Bill Committee, and it's good to see many of the fellow committee members in the House this afternoon. And I think as I start, I want to just pay tribute to the many excellent landlords that do exist around our country. I appreciate that this piece of legislation is being designed to tackle the worst offenders, but it's worth just putting on record that there are thousands and thousands who do a good job of providing long-term accommodation for many people in the private rented sector. We've spoken before, though, in the passage of this bill, both in the second reading and also throughout the committee stage, of the unintended consequences that are existing within it, and some still remain, and that has been alluded to by my colleague on the front bench this afternoon.
Will my honourable friend speak?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. I think you raised a really important point on unintended consequences, and one of my concerns is that it's really important that we consider our key workers, so our NHS staff and our police, who rely on accommodation that is tied to their employment. With the abolition of assured short-hold tenancies, it's really important that we ensure the provisions are there in order to support those tenancies so that they can continue, so that we can retain and attract much-needed police officers and NHS staff. Would my honourable friend agree with me on that front?
I thank my honourable friend for her contribution, and I absolutely agree with her. And again, that's a perfect example of one of the unintended consequences, which I don't believe have been put in deliberately, but are just one of those things that as a result of this legislation we may well see. The other things are those who are accidental landlords, those who didn't intend to be landlords and are not large portfolio holders, particularly small landlords. And we've already heard from my honourable friend about the challenge that they have for economic drivers, and also the risk of the market shrinking. I know we talked a lot about that in the second reading, but ultimately we are seeing landlords leaving the market. And as I've said before, you know, if there are fewer homes for those people to rent, we are kind of in a worse situation. And that's why I support this afternoon new clause 20 in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner. I believe that the review of the impact of the Act on the housing market after a year is really important to just make sure that we can make it even better, the bill even better than it is already, because I believe it is important to address those unintended consequences. I think we could all agree across this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that that's important given the challenges we've already heard about this afternoon about high housing lists and homelessness that is rife across our country. And it's also important to listen to landlords. So in particular, I want to just draw attention to some of the reasons why I think this new clause is so important. Plymouth Access to Housing, or known as PATH, are a key player in tackling homelessness in my constituency, and they work especially with those who are harder to place into accommodation. Now, they have rightly said that they support the bill in principle, and as we've heard today, large parts of it my side would be supporting too, but they say they support it in a buoyant private rented market, and so their concerns are because at the moment what they see is that the private rented market is not buoyant and that there is already a challenge, and so they are concerned in that respect, hence why a review would be important. They also say that they have, though, received funding in the past to support landlords to stay in the private rented sector. And I would be interested in what plans the Minister might have, perhaps outside of the process of this bill, to ensure that those organisations, some of whom have been worked in the past by honourable members in the room today, might be able to mitigate the impacts of some of those the challenges that might be faced in future. The South West Landlords Association, who I've also mentioned in this place today, would benefit from new clause 20 because it would allow for the assessment of what would essentially amount to a doubling of the amount of rent arrears that can be accrued and the notice required for possession before they as landlords are able to get somebody out of their property. And they're particularly concerned about that for the financial reasons that we've already set out. If you have to wait for 3 months of arrears and then another month's notice before you can remove somebody from your property where they've not been paying that rent, again, for those small landlords and those accidental landlords in particular, that's a massive impact. That's nearly half a year of income that they would lose. And ultimately, it's the luck of the draw, isn't it, Madam Deputy Speaker? We don't know in advance how good the tenants are going to be. So if you have an excellent tenant, it's not a problem, but with a bad tenant, it's not so good.
My honourable friend, give way.
Yes, I will.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. She's making a powerful speech. Does she agree with me? The only way fundamentally to secure the rights of tenants is to ensure that buoyant rental market that she's talking about, that landlords want to enter, want to invest in, because then they will be competing with tenants, and the market, which is the biggest and most powerful force of all, will drive decent behaviour towards tenants, because without it, landlords won't be able to gain and retain them.
So I appreciate the point that my honourable friend is making, and I do agree that the market is really important. However, I also appreciate that there are those where the market has failed them. So I think we have got to find a situation where those who are not looked after by their landlords are able to receive support. However, as I've already said, my concerns are that this bill goes too far in the opposite direction, and many good landlords who are there to drive through this market
my honourable
are...
friend, give way again.
Sure.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. And I would say, with the freedom on the back benches, I think the last Conservative government got this wrong. And when they stopped landlords being able to offset the interest payments on the mortgage for that commercial asset against their income, it was one step among many which actually reduced the number of landlords coming into the market. And each step along the way, instead of seeking to strengthen the market, successive governments, Conservative and now, of course, it's bound to be completed by Labour, move against landlords to make it a less and less investable asset. And the only people ultimately who lose out most are tenants.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend that ultimately tenants are at risk of losing out if there are no properties left in the market. And that leads me on to my next point, and one of the other reasons why an assessment would be useful in the light of new clause 20, because we heard during the Bill committee stage that rural landlords are particularly concerned. We know that 44% of landlords, according to the CLA, are planning to sell in the next 2 years, and only 21 of them are planning to build new properties. So when 90% of those planning to leave cite reforms to the private rented sector as a reason, we definitely do need that opportunity to reflect on this and to see what that impact assessment is going to be. I just want to briefly turn, though, having just set out some of my reasons for supporting new clause 20, to new clause 15, which has been mentioned many times this afternoon already, and I appreciate absolutely why it has been tabled in those tragic circumstances that have been laid out. However, in light of some conversation we had in the Bill Committee, I'm interested to see who is in scope to be considered family for the purpose of that guarantor system. It lists out child, grandchild, parent, grandparent, sibling, niece or nephew, aunt or uncle or cousin. A wide, but I think we would all agree, highly realistic view of what family is. However, in Schedule 1 of the bill, when it comes to those who a landlord may be able to house and as a result evict an existing tenant, a landlord is only allowed to do that for a parent, grandparent, sibling, child and grandchild. Now, I raised this with the Minister during the bill, and I know that he thinks that tenants' rights would be hindered if we were to extend that definition of family. However, I do find it puzzling that a very wide extended family is justified in new clause 15, but not in the determination of who lives in a property, because often those family members may well be vulnerable themselves and needing somewhere to live. So I know it's a niche point, but for the government to say you can't house your niece and nephew, or indeed in the light of new clause 15, your aunt, uncle or cousin, feels like an overreach of the state. And I think we are slightly testing ownership rights and restricting trust and freedom in society as a result. And just briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you will allow me, I am not a big fan, I have to say, of Amendment 7, where it lists out some very excessive details of what has to be provided in a landlord's register, in particular the name and address of the landlord. I think we all know how worried we are about our name and address being in the public domain, and I think to be expecting landlords who are ultimately business people to do the same is one step too far. I also think we need to look at essentially when their conviction for being a bad landlord is spent, because if they are kind of reformed at some point, I think we've got to give them the opportunity to be able to show that and ultimately provide homes as a result. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, new clause 6, I'd like to just speak in support of the Honourable Member for Wavertree's amendment, particularly around looked after children, and this came up last week in the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, and I spoke to it. I think we absolutely need to be doing more to ensure that as corporate parents, which ultimately every single local authority is, we act like parents and that wider family. And if that young person needs a deposit or needs some rent guarantee to enable them to get into the private rented sector when other options for housing are not available, that we should absolutely be looking at that. And I'm not sure whether that's going to be voted on this afternoon or not, but in principle, the Honourable Lady has my support, and I hope we might be able to work together on that in the future. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Michael Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was very pleased to serve on the Public Bill Committee for this particular piece of legislation. A piece of legislation that I believe is a concrete example of the positive difference this Labour government is making to people's lives. I fundamentally believe that everyone should have somewhere that they can call home, and that they should feel secure in that home. This bill's provisions will deliver massive improvements for the millions of tenants in the private rented sector. Tenants who for too long have been forced to pay over the odds for housing that is often inadequate and insecure. It finally addresses the clear imbalance of power that exists between landlords and tenants, levelling the playing field by delivering a once-in-a-generation boost to tenants' rights, moving away from expensive, precarious, poor-quality accommodation and ending a status quo that has left tenants under the constant threat of losing their home. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the Bill Committee, we heard evidence regarding the issues of landlords demanding multiple months' worth of rent up front at the start of a tenancy. This is a highly exclusionary practice that shuts lower-income renters out of the market, requiring them to hand over thousands of pounds on top of their deposit at the start of a tenancy. The spread of this practice would have a devastating impact on the choices available to many tenants, and I therefore warmly welcome new clauses 13 and 14 in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for Ashton-under-Lyne, which I believe address this issue. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to Section 21 evictions. One of the absolute privileges of being an MP is going to visit local schools and answer questions from pupils. These questions can be anything, but normally relate to the interests and experiences of the children. What can you do about the traffic? How can you make my park and playground better? And even, and this is a real one, I really like trees. Do you like trees? But on a recent visit to St Andrew's Primary School in Eccles, I was given a poignant reminder of why we're here and why this bill is so important. One of the pupils asked me, "What are you doing to stop people being kicked out of their homes for no reason?" It is a shocking question to hear from someone so young, and it serves as an appalling illustration of how wide the fear of no-fault evictions is. No child should even know what a Section 21 eviction is, and no child should live in fear of losing their home. We cannot allow these evictions to continue, and for me this is the most critical part of this bill. It is beyond time to end the spectre of homelessness that hangs over these tenants, to end Section 21 evictions, giving people a steady, strong, secure foundation to build their lives around. Unfortunately, no-fault evictions are just one of the many challenges facing tenants. Action to tackle unaffordable rents is badly needed, which is why the measures in this bill to end rental bidding wars and stop the use of unreasonable rent increases designed to drive out tenants are so important. Never-ending rent increases are bad for tenants, and they are bad for the economy, absorbing money that could be spent more productively elsewhere. I also welcome the measures in the bill to drive up standards across the sector, such as the application of the Decent Home Standard and the establishment of a private rented sector database. All of these reforms are entirely necessary in a market where year after year tenants are expected to pay more for less. It is hard to overstate the impact that housing has on people's lives, or the detrimental effects caused by the sector's current flaws. This bill's reforms decisively rebalance a broken sector, ending the scandal of no-fault evictions and encouraging the market to provide affordable, high-quality accommodation with security of tenure. This bill represents real and meaningful action we all should welcome.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of us are described as either a dog person or a cat person. I've had my dog for over 5 years now, and that definitely means I now feel like a dog person as a result. Joking aside, it's quite clear that we as a country are in love with our pets. So many of us are defined by them. But the laws that govern us should reflect how we live and how we choose to live. And actually, our lack of respect for people's homes and our lack of respect for the ability to bring a pet into our home is shocking, and that's why I'm pleased with this bill. Sadly, there are gaps for pet owners in the rental market, particularly. These gaps not only create an uneven playing field for people choosing new homes, but they fill animal shelters with much-loved pets that should be in their stable homes. Many of these pets are in those animal shelters because of unfair rules by landlords that have been introduced for years. According to research conducted by the Battersea Dogs and Cats Home, only 8% of private landlords actually list their property as pet-friendly. 8%. But I don't want to just talk about statistics. The numbers have real-life consequences for families and animals. In my constituency of Woking, I've got a constituent, a woman along with her family, was evicted after 16 years of a tenancy because the landlord decided to sell the property. The council tried to find alternative housing for the family, but repeatedly came up against obstacles, including a no-pets policy. This policy would have forced the family to give up their 3 cats, including one that her autistic son is emotionally bonded to. It's their emotional support pet. A letter from the GP stated how important this was to this child's well-being. But despite that, it didn't help. It also, this cat reduced her son's anxiety levels and helped him with his day-to-day functioning. It had a huge impact. But the housing officers noted we could have considered her for a place in some new flats that the council built. But the housing provider doesn't accept pets. The family has 3 cats. This case is not unique, sadly. It perfectly illustrates the emotional toll that the rules can have on families, particularly those with additional needs. Pet ownership might seem like a small issue in face of the homelessness and eviction and the heart-wrenching issues we've already heard today. But it's quite clear that sometimes this happens directly because there are no protections for families with pets and people are forced into a horrible situation. It's fair to say the culture of a country should be reflected in the laws that govern it. Most of us have pets. Let's ensure that we are allowed to keep them. I'm really pleased to hear my honourable friend, the member for Taunton, pursue my party's amendments, and I'm pleased that my Select Committee Chair, the Honourable Lady for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, together, cross-party, I think there's been a lot of welcome support for this bill, but pushing the government to go further still. And as much as I'm supportive of this bill could be better. It could help reduce our casework going forward of heart-wrenching stories of vulnerable tenants pushed out and treated badly by landlords. This will help us, Madam Deputy Speaker, but with the amendments that have been tabled, and I know there are other amendments going to be proposed in the other place, this bill should be better. Thank you.
Ribeiro-Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to declare an interest in this debate. Like 1 in 3 households in my constituency of Clapham and Brixton Hill, I rent my home. And so, as a renter and an MP who represents a large number of renters, it will come as no surprise that I rise to speak in favour of this legislation, which will bring some important long overdue reforms to provide private renters with decent and secure homes. Crucially, I'm pleased to see the abolition of Section 21 evictions, something that was promised by the party opposite, including in their 2019 manifesto, but they never delivered. Close to 1 million people faced no-fault evictions notices in the last Parliament because of their failure, adding to the homelessness crisis we now face. I'm also happy to see measures in this bill that focus on affordability. In my borough of Lambeth, renting a 1-bedroom home now costs the average person more than half of their take-home pay. When teachers, rail staff, nurses and other key workers went on strike to call for inflation-matching pay rises, the last government attacked them, called them greedy and rejected their demands. But they shrugged their shoulders as private landlords collected above-inflation rent hikes from some of these same key workers year after year. In recent years, the situation has been particularly pronounced. In March 2024, the ONS reported that monthly rents rose by 9.1%, the highest annual increase recorded since records began in 2015. So I'm glad that this legislation brings some common sense to the situation, ensuring that rent increases can no longer be written into contracts, that landlords will only be able to legally increase rents once a year, and actually protecting tenants from the egregious rent hikes. Also highly positive are the new measures to strengthen enforcement against slum private landlords, extending the decent home standard to the private rental sector and widening council enforcement powers, as well as extending the range of financial penalties available to local authorities to fund enforcement activity. Finally, I'm pleased that this bill legislates for a consultation on improving energy standards in rented homes. The UK has some of the most energy inefficient homes in Europe, with 2.6 million private rented homes falling below minimum energy efficiency standards in England and Wales alone. Almost a quarter of renters live in fuel poverty, the highest rate of any tenure. Now, this bill contains important measures to provide renters with some of the basic security and place some basic responsibility on landlords. However, there is so much more that can be done to strengthen this bill. I'm pleased to see that the government is supporting amendments from my honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central and Headingley, and I'm pleased to be supporting amendments 9, 5 and 6 from my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Wavertree, which would better protects sitting tenants from unaffordable rent increases. In its current form, the legislation only caps rent increases at market rate, i.e. The prices landlords set. These amendments would instead cap these at CPI or wage growth, whichever is the lowest. Because I'm yet to hear a compelling reason why landlords should see their incomes grow faster than people who actually work for a living. I would also like to place on record my support for the Renters Reform Coalition in their call for a National Rental Affordability Commission to investigate methods to bring down rents relative to incomes. I know there aren't very many members opposite, but in their speeches that they have made, I've heard about homes being talked about almost entirely as assets, forgetting that they are actually homes that people need to live in. So I welcome those amendments that actually remember that people are living in these homes and people have a variety of different circumstances and they should be viewed with compassion. So I welcome and support the amendment, new clause 10, which was put forward by my honourable friend and constituency neighbour, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, as well as the new clause 9 by the member for Bristol Central on adaptations for disabled people. It's also welcome overall the legislation would make it illegal to discriminate against benefit claimants and families for exactly the same reason. I'd like to see further changes to prevent discrimination, like scrapping right to rent checks and reforming the laws around guarantors more generally. I would like to see the legislation go further on preventing illegal evictions and backdoor evictions too. As the London Renters Union has pointed out, for the many families struggling with housing costs, a 20% rent hike is simply a no-fault eviction under a different name. During my time as an MP, I've seen too many unscrupulous attempts to remove tenants to be unconcerned about a likely increase in illegal evictions as one response to scrapping Section 21. And whilst I welcome new enforcement powers, we have to acknowledge that the financial difficulties that have faced local authorities after 14 years of massive cuts. It's essential that the government ensures local authorities have the resources they need to actually use these enforcement powers. And finally, when it comes to disrepair, Madam Deputy Speaker, tenants should have the right to withhold rent when repairs are not being carried out within appropriate timescales. This happens far too often. Too many renters are paying for a shoddy service and living in awful conditions. Too many renters, young people in particular, face a despairing future of potentially spending a lifetime as private renters and are left living in these dire conditions of extreme disrepair and continue to have to pay their full rental amount each month lest they face eviction. They should have the right to withhold rent in these circumstances, and this bill is the prime place to ensure that. This would support the bill's stated intention of ensuring the decent home standards applies to the private rented sector. And renters more generally have been neglected right across different pieces of legislation we've passed over the years. And if this landmark bill is truly going to reform the rental sector and shift the balance of power to create a more equal relationship between renters and landlords, then I believe that more needs to be done, and I urge the government to adopt these amendments. Thank you.
Calum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I broadly welcome this bill and the strengthened protections it will provide to private tenants. And I'd like to associate myself with the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Taunton, Wellington, and the amendments which he and my honourable friend, the member for St Albans, have proposed. But I wish in my remarks to focus on one aspect of the bill and see if I can encourage some last-minute reconsideration by the Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government recently repurchased over 36,000 Ministry of Defence properties from the private sector. This move is a step in the right direction. Yet many of these properties, including those in my constituency of Bicester and Woodstock, have fallen into disrepair, have failed to be managed properly, and are now substandard or unsafe. Service personnel and their families, as other members have said, living in Ministry of Defence accommodation and in my constituency in Ambrosden and in Caversfield, have expressed frustration with the current management and maintenance companies. Liberal Democrats are clear that our service personnel and their families deserve the same decent standards that the Government is proposing for the rest of the private rented sector. And I'm proud to join my honourable friend, the member for Taunton and Wellington, in supporting Amendment 3 today. Will the Government now commit to using this legislation to ensure that the recently reacquired Ministry of Defence accommodation will be covered by the Decent Home Standard, so that those living in service family accommodation in my constituency are able to access safe, weathertight and warm accommodation. The Minister argued in response to my honourable friend, the member for Epsom and Ewell, that it would not be appropriate to extend the decent home standard to service families' accommodation. So can he therefore clarify, so that I can inform my constituents, whether they should expect to live in service family accommodation that meets that standard, and if they should, how and to whom they can appeal if this accommodation continues to fall below the standard?
Good question.
I'll happily give way.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon. I'd like to just raise a concern actually around military accommodation. I have that in my constituency of Portsmouth North, and although there are concerns around it not being involved in this bill, one of the main concerns I have is the immense amount of funding cuts that have been given to that accommodation. So they are in such a state of disrepair that actually we as a government have had to go back and rebuy those properties to make sure they are aware. So will the honourable gentleman agree with me that actually this is a larger issue that we need to be dealing with when we're looking at things like the Armed Forces Commissioner role that's coming in?
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Portsmouth North for her comments, and I wholeheartedly agree. The state of the Ministry of Defence Service Family Accommodation Estate is in disrepair because of a significant lack of investment by the last government, which failed to maintain the standards that should be enjoyed by our hard-working and dedicated service personnel and their families. However, the fact that this government has made the welcome step to purchase that estate means it is now the obligation of that government to uphold the standards. And since we are today talking about a piece of legislation which is intended to set the standard that all renters should expect to see, including those who are paying that rent now to the Ministry of Defence for their accommodation, it seems to me very questionable that this government is resisting that opportunity to set that high standard for service personnel. Finally, in the notes to the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government emphasises that the concerns that led to Awab's law will now be extended to the private rented sector. Given how serious those concerns were, given the death that occurred as a result of a failure to maintain property in the social rented sector, can the Minister finally let me know how I can go back to my constituents who are tenants now of the Ministry of Defence and tell them that they will enjoy the same protection as other private renters from Awab's law?
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, stability for 11 million renters and indeed 2.3 million landlords is necessary to build our better Britain. For the tenants enduring the least affordable, poorest quality housing, disregarded renters' rights have had a profound impact on people's lives. I believe Britain deserves more than dodgy landlords, backdoor evictions and dismal living standards. The British people deserve to feel secure in their own homes. Some of my constituents, Madam Deputy Speaker, are forced to live in terrible accommodation, facing damp and mould. This treatment is fundamentally unacceptable. I will give way. Yeah.
I thank him for giving way. The Defence Select Committee recently published a report that said that service accommodation was shocking. 2/3 of it required massive investment to bring it up to standard, and damp and mould were legion. He talks of dodgy landlords. Would he characterise the Minister of Defence as a dodgy landlord? Should we be bringing those homes up to the decent home standard as everyone else benefits from in the country if this bill goes through?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I think it's important to note that the Minister addressed in his opening remarks that, yes, there are issues in this space, but it goes beyond the scope of this bill. And I think these are conversations that we need to continue having moving forward. I think he raises a very important point. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, Conservative failure has led to more than 200,000 households with children forced to live in privately rented, damp and squalid homes. According to The Guardian, recently 31,000 children aged 4 and under were admitted to hospital from damp and mould-related issues, as we've just been discussing. I very strongly believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, this just simply cannot be allowed to continue. Shelter also found recently that a quarter of renters are afraid to ask their landlords for basic repairs in fear of being evicted, and that 26,000 households are at risk of being made homeless from these no-fault evictions that we've been discussing today. We need the change, and fast. The abolition of Section 21 will end these no-fault evictions for good, and that is a vital part of this legislation. This ensures peace of mind for tenants in their own homes, to which they devote a sizable portion of their income. Pressure on local authorities to provide temporary accommodation has become totally unsustainable. Crisis estimates that £2.2 billion of council funds in England were spent on temporary accommodation for 120,000 households between 2023 and 2024. This is an increase, Madam Deputy Speaker, of 85,000 since 2019. My good colleagues at Erewash Borough Council tell me that they are spending 3 times the amount on alternative accommodation in 2024 as they did in 2019. These temporary measures are incredibly costly and ultimately untenable. With accommodation including bed and breakfasts and hotels, alternative housing is an inadequate long-term solution. The Renters' Rights Bill that we're discussing today is an excellent start to save council taxpayers money and protect tenants' welfare from unsuitable temporary accommodation. The vital extension to AWAB's law to include private rental properties will prevent unsafe living conditions, landlord discrimination and bidding on rental properties. Prospective tenants in the housing crisis simply can't afford these bidding wars aimed at pricing them out. Discrimination based on recipients of benefits and having children will be prevented, ensuring an inclusive, impartial rental market. Hazardous properties will require prompt and efficient landlord responses, and tenants will be protected from unjustifiable rent inflation. Even just today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've received a communication as we have been debating this from a constituent whose rental price recently went up by 21%. This is just disgusting. These measures are essential for the efficient operation of rental markets in the UK and protection of tenants' rights. The much-needed introduction of the Decent Home Standard will further empower tenants to leave poor quality homes and provide better value housing for all. According to the English Housing Survey 2023, 1 in 5 privately rented homes are considered substandard. The enforcement of the Decent Home Standard will put an end to this appalling practice. With a £7,000 penalty for non-compliance, landlords will finally be properly incentivised to hold the necessary high standards that renters deserve. New legal protections will ensure quick, impartial, binding resolutions to protect both renters and landlords alike. With the new private rented sector landlord ombudsman and strengthened council enforcement included within this bill, tenants and landlords will feel assured that their concerns are respected and will be handled with compassion and certainty. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, will allow us to end backdoor evictions and extortionate rents designed to force renters out, with periodic tenancies ensuring rent increases per the market rate. Once per year, renters will be protected from unreasonable increases and unexpected evictions. Access to a private rented sector database will help landlords to understand their legal obligations and demonstrate compliance with the new regulations. These measures will allow for certainty in the law for both landlords and tenants. I understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, that landlords are concerned about investing and entering the market in fear of payment insecurity, but the current system is designed around uncertainty. The serious lack of clear legislation has caused decades of chaos for both landlords and tenants with unsafe homes and unsuitable dispute resolution. A transparent and fair system is needed so that all parties can make informed decisions. Regarding student accommodation, Madam Deputy Speaker, the changes put forward in this bill are necessary for the protection of landlords and students alike. Students deserve security as much as everybody else in society. The assured continuance of annual short-term student tenancies will still provide certainty in landlord income, with the ability to evict tenants at the end of the academic year and increase rents for new tenants as required. According to the National Union of Students, the average student loan leaves students with just 50 pence per week to live off after rent. Despite these extortionate costs, cold, damp, unsuitable housing has become the norm in student accommodation. Students are at risk of inability to pay for basic essentials, and as such, it's vital that they're protected from living in poor conditions under unfair terms. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Renters' Rights Bill will extend vital safety and reassurance to thousands of people in my constituency of Erewash. My constituents cannot continue to endure poor housing at the hands of inadequate renters' legislation. I believe that my constituents deserve security in their own homes, and this bill, the Renters' Rights Bill, is our way forward, and I urge all members of this House to support it as amended today by the Government. Thank you.
Rachel Gilmour. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
It's a pleasure to be called to speak in today's debate on such an important topic. This bill has many laudable aims and represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to finally fix the private rental sector for the 11 million people, including myself, in England who rent privately. I know that around 13,000 private renters in Tiverton and Minehead will be watching this debate with interest, particularly Owen and his family, who it took me 6 months to rehome earlier this year. They will have the hope and expectation that this House can finally do what it promised to do under the previous government and pass meaningful rental sector reform. The previous Conservative government neglected renters. I am pleased that this government is bringing meaningful legislation in now. Tiverton and Minehead sits as 88th out of 543 constituencies in England on the Barriers to Housing and Services Index of Deprivation. So anything that the government can do to improve this, I will think closely on and make sure that it does represent a fair deal for renters and those in the Tiverton and Minehead constituency particularly. Let me start by stating the obvious. This bill is a good bill, on the whole, which makes strong steps to protect tenants, especially whose landlords are not maintaining their property. Provisions like Awab's law should and must be extended to the private rental sector, so that landlords have the duty to fix the hazardous living conditions like those which cost that precious toddler his life within a set time frame. Shelter is a base need, not just a want, and I am enthused that this bill seeks to apply the Decent Home Standard to the private rental sector for the first time as well. Such an extension is overdue and very welcome. As a pet owner, I'm also happy to see the right to request a pet for tenants in this legislation. Pets are often an integral part of the family, as they often have been to me. My colleague and former spokesperson on this area, the Honourable Member for North Shropshire, welcomed its inclusion in a previous iteration of this bill, and I want to echo that I'm very grateful for that. The bill also should be commended for its ambition in many sectors, such as creating a national private rental sector database so tenants know about their landlords. It also looks to stop price bidding wars and to ban in-tenancy rent increases, which may be written into the contract. All of these are fantastic reasons to support the bill today. Now, I understand that the government wants this bill to support quicker and cheaper resolution where there are disputes in a lease arrangement. These are laudable aims, but I do worry about their effects on rural landlords. I welcome the removal of Section 21 no-fault evictions from the rental market, but I have heard from rural landlords of issues that they feel will come about due to the implementation date of Section 21 not being known. It will only come into effect on royal assent. I think that everyone, renters and landlords, will be very keen to hear some firmer news than that, whilst respecting the processes that this bill will have to pass in the other place. There are also nuances to be ironed out regarding the status of agricultural landlords. I would welcome any reflection from the Minister on how this bill suitably reflects the concerns of 85% of rural businesses who provide accommodation as part of their offer to attract staff. This bill does make some great strides, but we have the chance to go further, faster and better, and I hope honourable and right honourable members across this House will agree. As I represent Tiverton and Minehead, where more households include a veteran than the national average, I want to explicitly echo my honourable friend, the member for Taunton and Wellington's point in relation to Amendment 3 for this bill, which calls for an extension of the Decent Home Standards to the Ministry of Defence Service Family Accommodation. This should, I believe, be welcome across the whole of the House, but if it is not voted on today or supported, I would still urge the Secretary of State to look at the proposal and seriously consider enacting it for those who spend their lives serving our country and their families. We have all seen the inflationary pressures on the cost of energy in recent years, especially in rural areas, who often pay the rural premium for such things. This bill needs to take its chance to push for improved energy efficiency standards in rented housing. I want to join with my colleagues on these benches to ask the government to reintroduce the requirement for landlords to upgrade the energy efficiency of their homes to EPC C or above by 2028. Too many tenants are living in subpar housing, which only goes on to make them ill and cost the NHS money. The government might not want to listen on the impact of the winter fuel allowance, but I hope they will move now to proactively take steps to insulate against fuel poverty. On a final point for improvement before coming towards my closing remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to touch on how we can check that this bill is working. There is no point improving the lot for those who rent property if it just means that landlords shift how they categorise their properties to keep on going about their business similarly as before. I would like to therefore add my public support to Clause 2 under the name of the member for Taunton and Wellington, which would call on the Secretary of State to review whether prohibition on fixed-term contracts has increased the number of landlords choosing to offer short-term instead of letting in the private rental sector. I would simply ask the government, what have they to lose by accepting this new clause? In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, my colleagues and I on these benches welcome the fact that the new government is bringing forward legislation to improve the situation for renters. We have been scrutinising it carefully and to ensure that renters really do get the fair deal that they deserve. It is a step forward, and I will be supporting this bill, but I urge the government to go further and take up the challenge of improving on this bill so that it truly represents the seizing of this once-in-a-generation opportunity. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Naushabah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also join colleagues from across the House who were proud to serve on the Bill Committee for this particular bill? For too long, tenants in my constituency, Gillingham and Rainham, have been at the mercy of a broken rental market. A system that has grown unchecked over the last few decades and has left renters with a lack of security, limited rights, and too often no choice but to live in unacceptable conditions. The previous government promised change. They stood at the dispatch box and assured the public they would deliver fair reform in the rental sector, and yet they failed. They kicked the can down the road while tenants face soaring rents, substandard housing, and the ever-present threat of losing their home at a moment's notice. Madam Deputy Speaker, the failure to address the housing crisis is perhaps one of the most glaring legacies of the last government. The number of people renting privately has exploded, not always because it's choice, but because for many it's the only option. In Gillingham and Rainham, 22% of households now live in the private rented sector. Rents have risen sharply over the last decade. Families, young people and older residents alike feel trapped, locked out of home ownership, locked out of housing security and locked into paying for homes that are too often cold, damp or unsafe. Recently, my inbox has been full of stories of my constituents who have been evicted through Section 21 evictions. Like my constituent, Pat Cooper, who just before Christmas was told she would have to leave her home of 35 years, leaving her feel incredibly distressed, with limited choices on what she could afford, and facing real uncertainty about what the future holds for her. And there are countless stories like Pat's, of people who have been plunged into uncertainty and at risk of homelessness because of no-fault evictions. I would say members opposite, but the previous government had every opportunity to end this injustice. But they chose delay and inaction over the well-being of often vulnerable families. My constituents know that this government is different. Within its first 100 days, we have brought forward this landmark piece of legislation that I know will deliver security, dignity and the fairness that renters in my constituency deserve. I welcome that this bill will end the scourge of no-fault evictions once and for all. I welcome the decent home standard being extended to the private rented sector, guaranteeing that tenants no longer have to put up with mould, disrepair or unsafe conditions. And crucially, I welcome the introduction of an ombudsman to hold those who do not uphold the law accountable and give tenants a clear route to justice. I also thank the Minister for considering representations from across the House and the amendments that we are considering today that include the introduction of new rules to cap advance rent payments and also to provide safeguards for bereaved families, something which has been spoken powerfully today across the chamber. This bill sends a clear message: the end of an era of unchecked power for those landlords who don't want to follow the rules. For far too long, too many tenants have been treated as second-class citizens in their own homes, and I'm glad to see this government is putting an end to that. It's high time that renters across the country were treated with the fairness, dignity and respect they deserve. And I'm proud to support this bill as it progresses through this place and the other place, which will give my constituents those very basic rights.
Before I call the next speaker, and I'm sure the next speaker will speak to her amendments, can I just remind members that this is the report stage where we should be considering the amendments and new clauses to the bill. It's neither a rehash of the second reading nor a precursor to the third reading debate later on. Carla.
Indeed, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first, I should declare that I'm a member of the Acorn Community Union, which campaigns on renters' rights, and I want to thank them for their important work on this bill, including alongside me. This bill is hugely welcome, but it can and should go further to fix the grave and urgent housing crisis. I therefore rise to speak to my new Clause 7 about rent controls and affordability, new Clause 9 on home adaptations for disabled people, and new Clauses 17 and 18 on selective licensing schemes. I also want to put on record my strong support for a number of amendments tabled by other honourable members, including the Honourable Member for Leeds Central and Headingley and the Member for Liverpool Wavertree. So, new Clause 7. Madam Deputy Speaker, beg your pardon. We have people on the street and in temporary accommodation because they cannot afford their rent. New Clause 7 proposes a living rent body to set the rules to be applied to the calculation of rent levels between tenancies. That would control rents and make them fair, considering factors such as the home's property type, condition, size, average local incomes, and so on. Local flexibility would be important in this. It's needed because, well, this bill, it gives renters a once-in-a-generation set of new rights that they've long been denied. But rent controls are still needed because having the rights to something that you cannot afford and cannot access is no help to anyone. Once Section 21 is done away with by this bill, we need rent controls to stop rogue landlords hiking rents to kick people out instead. I'm concerned that the government's changes to the tribunal system do not go far enough to protect renters against this. Firstly, most tenants, frankly, do not have the time or energy to navigate such a system. And secondly, tribunal panel judges only judge whether a rent rise is fair compared to market rate, and these market rates are too high. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a generation of people who will never be able to earn enough to have a mortgage and who cannot even afford their rents now. If a 21-year-old in my home city of Bristol rents a single room today at the average rate, they will have put £80,000 into their landlord's bank account by their 30th birthday. It's no wonder that a third of private renters are struggling with their housing costs. New Clause 7 addresses the plain fact that the market is failing with terrible costs on people struggling and made homeless. And there are huge economic costs too, with the government set to pay private landlords £70 billion of taxpayers' money in the 5-year period 2021 to 2026. That's multiple times the spend on new affordable homes. Surely that is the wrong way around. And add to that the huge annual spend on temporary accommodation, costing councils at least £1.74 billion in 22-23. Rent rises are far outstripping inflation, with the rental index, according to the Deposit Protection Service, finding that rents outstripped inflation by a third in 2023. Rightmove reports show that asking rents outside of London have risen 60% since 2020, and I assume I don't have to tell the House that incomes have not grown by the same amount. As I set out during committee, there is a vital discussion to be had to ensure that unintended consequences are avoided, and I do not dismiss the importance of that detailed work. At the same time, we cannot ignore the acute affordability crisis for renters. Key workers forced out of cities, people out of communities that they've made their home. The average rent in my constituency of Bristol Central has hit nearly £1,800 a month. Now, I know what the criticisms are going to be, but let me remind this House that rent controls are an established part of private renting in 16 European countries, where they're a completely normal part of housing policy. And in this context, it is really interesting that other than Luxembourg and Norway, private renters in England spend the highest proportion of their income on rent than in any other European country. And our homes are in worse condition too. Rent controls are, of course, not a panacea. They are needed alongside a suite of housing policies, and increasing social housing supply is a really important part of that. However, the private rented sector is in an affordability crisis now, and it will take huge amounts of effort and time, even with the best will in the world, to increase the social housing supply at a scale that will impact private rents. Models from Generation Rent and other economists have predicted that building 1.5 million homes over this Parliament will only decrease the private rent burden by just over 1%. Moving on to new clause 9, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are 16 million disabled people in the UK. That is more than a fifth of the population. And 19% of them live in the private rented sector. The Equality and Human Rights Commission estimates that a shocking 1 in 3 of these disabled people in the private rented sector are living in unsuitable accommodation. And a government survey reveals that an appalling 44% of private landlords have said they will not rent to someone who requires home adaptations. So my amendment seeks to ensure that if all tenants can put up shelves, then disabled tenants should be allowed to put up grab rails. If all tenants can replace a shower head, then disabled tenants should be allowed to put in accessible washing facilities. It is not acceptable that disabled tenants must get permission for these most basic adaptations. At committee stage, the Minister was sympathetic to my concern, but argued that the Equality Act already covers this issue. But it clearly isn't doing the job. Disabled people are explaining this very clearly and patiently, as did the chair of the Housing Select Committee. Many thanks for that. The Equality Act is underused in housing law for several reasons. One, what amounts to a reasonable request is poorly defined. Two, the law refers to changes in physical features, but the charity Disability Rights UK tells us some landlords still refuse. And three, the hassle and delay in appealing an adaptation refusal, given the major backlog in the courts, makes it prohibitive for many and unfairly puts the onus on the tenant. So I sincerely hope the Minister will take another look at this issue that is so important to so many people, and that members will vote with me on my amendment later today. Mr. Speaker, I turn now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do beg your pardon. I turn now to new clauses 17 and 18 to remove unnecessary barriers to the use of licensing schemes to improve housing standards. This matters because private renters often face terrible conditions. Constituents tell me about mould and damp, shorting fire alarms and electrics, rat infestations, and recently student renters being left without a working boiler for a whole month. I could go on. Licensing schemes are vital because they enable local authorities to target regulation where it's needed most, on tackling the worst landlords and supporting the most vulnerable tenants. New Clause 17 would enable local authorities operating selective licensing schemes to use conditions of those licensing schemes to improve housing quality directly. There's currently a strange disconnect in the Housing Act legislation, highlighted by the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health, where local authorities can introduce selective licensing schemes to address poor housing, but cannot, in the licence itself, include conditions requiring the physical state of the licensed property to be improved. By contrast, additional licensing schemes for houses in multiple occupation can include those. So my new clause 17 simply seeks to close this hole by amending Section 90 of the Housing Act 2004 to enable local authorities to use licensing conditions to improve housing associations. Complementary, new clause 18 would increase the maximum duration of HMO licence schemes and selective licensing schemes from 5 to 10 years. Given these schemes cost a fair bit to set up in the first place, it doesn't make sense for local authorities to be limited to only 5 years of operation. The extension would allow local authorities to advertise longer-term staff posts, to include training of new staff as part of these schemes, and allow more time for local partnerships to be set up. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that the lack of time today means that unfortunately we aren't going to be able to vote on all 4 of my amendments, but I would like to test the will of the House on new Clause 9 on adaptations for disabled people, as this is something that is not party political, is surely not controversial, so we should be able to agree on this today. Turning to my other amendments, I sincerely hope the Minister will consider the need for bold moves to create a system that really tackles the affordability crisis that private renters are facing now, so that all citizens in this country can access a safe, stable and affordable home. Thank you.
Rachel Blake. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I put on record a declaration of interest? My husband works for an organisation which funds the Renters' Rights Coalition, which has been referred to today. It really is a privilege to speak in this debate today after being on the Bill Committee, which was a very thorough, took a really thorough approach to each element of this bill. It's of great importance to me, this topic, having worked in housing for my entire working life and representing 27,000 private renters in the cities of London and Westminster. I speak today thinking of those constituents and their experience. One landlord has revoked a promise to provide free heating for their tenant's home, leading to it becoming infested with mould. The landlord later refused to respond to repeated reports of pests in the property before subsequently charging that tenant £1,500 to fumigate the house. I also bear in mind my constituents who were evicted under a Section 21 notice and who are now living in temporary accommodation with 3 children and has been on the social housing waiting list for nearly 15 years. After being let down by dither and delay from the members opposite when they were in government, renters like my constituents have been denied the crucial powers to hold their landlords to account in even the most basic function. And if those members opposite had delivered on their promise and tackled the dissenters in their midst, these renters would already have the protections which we are proposing to introduce in this legislation. But the members opposite have the audacity to claim that this legislation and these principles, which they had tried to introduce when they were in power, mysteriously now will not work. So coming on to some of the amendments, their claims that this legislation will lead to landlords exiting the market, but repeatedly fail to suggest where these homes owned by landlords would go. Even in the case for new Clause 20, the Shadow Minister started talking about where these homes might go. So I would like to take this opportunity to ask him directly, does he think that the homes would disappear? Indeed, if during that time, would he rather let a home lie vacant than let it out or sell it if it were unprofitable? And if they did sell it, would these mysterious buyers not already live in this home? I'd happily give way if he'd like to answer. Okay. To continue on to my main point today, I'd like to focus on the parts of the bill about local authority enforcement and the new clauses which address that. Current regulations in the private rental sector have suffered from a lack of enforcement by local authorities due to a lack of knowledge about private rented stock, limited enforcement capacity, and the range and complexity of laws relevant to enforcement. This legislation goes a long way to addressing these issues. It puts local authorities clearly in the driving seat of enforcing regulation, cleaning up the confusion of the past regime. It expands the range of civil penalties which can be used by local authorities to crack down on poor behaviour. And importantly, the bill introduces mandatory reporting for local authorities' enforcement activity, ensuring that councils are accountable to their constituents and to central government. The introduction of the private rented sector database will also fill in a key gap in the existing regime, a lack of knowledge of the location and nature of private rented properties. The remaining gap in this regime will be funding, and it is essential that fees for the private rented sector database are sufficient to fund the enforcement measures contained in this bill. It is therefore encouraging to see this recognised by Government Clause 40 in the amendment paper. I'm very happy to support it. I'll give way.
Giving way, and I support what you're saying about resources for local government, but would you also accept there is a real problem, particularly in London, where there is simply a lack of advice available for tenants because the advice agencies are completely overwhelmed and underfunded, so we also need to be funding independent advice agencies also?
I thank the Honourable Member for the intervention, and I'll be coming on to some of the incredible work that advice agencies in my constituency do. However, I do think the funding needs to be met with an active approach by local authorities to recruit the right individuals with the appropriate skills to act as inspectors for this regime. Additional funding may be needed for the immediate recruitment and upskilling of inspectors and to deal with a backlog of cases related to enforcing existing regulations. Most importantly, landlords must have as many points of potential accountability as possible, and this means that reporting on enforcement activity should be published publicly with naming and shaming of poor-performing landlords. This bill marks not just an era of rights for the millions of private renters across the country, but a step change in the necessary enforcement activity by councils and by renters themselves. The campaigning groups and advice agencies which have stood up for renters for years, including Generation Rent and Z2K, which operates in my constituency, deserve a mountain of praise for their work in keeping this issue on the agenda of parties and actors across the political spectrum, and I pay tribute to their work. The scale and support that this bill has from the number of people on this side of the House just demonstrates how significant this issue is. And now it's important that we work together across government and civil society to enforce this new rights framework and provide renters with their long overdue protections.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure all members have plenty of examples in their inbox of why this bill is so needed. Recent cases in mine have ranged from someone who waited 2 years for a boiler to be fixed, to someone who has a house so damp they cannot walk through it without shoes on, as the carpets are permanently wet. They have had numerous electrical appliances fail and lost property to mould. Worst of all, they're permanently ill. Yet even the Ombudsman finding in their favour has not produced decisive action to address the problem. It's an outrage that people are living in such conditions in the 21st century, and after the inaction of the previous government, I welcome the approach set out in this bill to fixing hazards such as mould. I also welcome the security of tenancy. So often when people will approach their MP about homelessness issues, they talk about the importance of being in a particular location, because their children are settled in their school, because they need to care for a relative who lives there, because they need the support of family and friends themselves. Repeatedly moving around robs people of vital community links and the stability and affects the life chances of children and young people. But it's not only no-fault evictions that lead to people moving around. It's also rent rises. So I welcome my honourable friend, the member for Taunton and Wellington's amendment to limit the maximum rent increase. Far too many people are forced out of their rental properties by exorbitant rent rises, and this bill does not go far enough in preventing that. The previous speaker asked where the properties will go, and in some cases that will be to short-term, short contracts. So I think we do have to consider the impact on the market as a whole. And I do want to raise one small landlord's concern about the impact the changes will have, and the impact that will then have in turn on their tenants. They own a single upper-floor leasehold flat where they only inside of the flat, not the exterior, the wall gaps, the loft. So the provisions in this bill around energy efficiency and so forth concern them. Now, obviously, we want people to have warm homes that they can afford to heat and to meet climate change obligations. And not all small landlords are scrupulous, and relying on them to be so is not appropriate protection for tenants. But I would ask ministers to consider, as this bill progresses, how this government will support small landlords who want to do the right thing, so that the private rental sector does not become solely the preserve of well-heeled large landlords. And I think, as I say, in new clause 2, we highlighted the fact that one place that people may go is short-term letting instead.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wonder if I might provide some helpful clarification in that this bill has no provisions in it that deal with minimum energy efficiency standards in the private rented sector. The Department for Energy Security and Net Zero will shortly go out to consultation on those ME standards for the PRS, but it's not within the scope of this bill.
Thank you for that clarification. So to conclude, I welcome the bill and the protections it provides, and urge ministers to accept the Liberal Democrat amendments put forward by my honourable friends, the member for Taunton and Wellington and the member for St Albans.
Paula Barker.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is groundbreaking legislation, and I want to start by paying tribute to the Minister and Deputy Prime Minister for the excellent work that they have done so far. I said in October in this place that my honourable friend, the member for Greenwich and Woolwich, under the leadership of our Deputy Prime Minister, will get this job done, and they are doing exactly that. This government is getting on with the job where the previous government failed. Empty promise after empty promise to ultimately cave into the landlord lobby on their own benches, and perhaps that's why the opposition benches are so empty today, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill goes a long way to readdressing the power imbalance between those who own assets and those who need to use such assets for basic human needs, housing and shelter. An end to Section 21 evictions finally. Also to boot the protected period at the beginning of the tenancy, the end of discrimination faced by those in receipt of social security, an end to the bidding wars and the decent home standard rolled out across the private rented sector. Indeed, the government has indicated their intention to strengthen it further by limiting the amount of rent in advance payable at the start of the tenancy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have submitted several amendments, and I am very grateful to the Minister for the constructive dialogue that we have had to date, even if we don't agree on all of them. My new clause 5 is around deposit reform. New clause 6 provides help for care leavers and would place a duty on local authorities to help care leavers pay or guarantee any required deposit to enable them to agree a tenancy in the private rented sector. Amendment 7 is a new national database that would introduce specific requirements for landlord and dwelling entries on the private rented sector database. Amendment 8 is around the decent home standard and applying it to all temporary accommodation. Amendment 55, which relates to landlords passing on costs to tenants of grants for energy efficiency and improvements. I do acknowledge that the Minister has said that the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero would probably be the most appropriate department to have dialogue with on that issue. And of course my amendments 5, 6 and 9, which look at rent stabilisation. I am also pleased to support amendments from my honourable friends, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood and the member for Leeds Central and Headingley. However, as with any legislation, the front bench of this department knows all too well that I believe we should look to go further on these specific points, and I can hope that we can continue constructive dialogue in the months ahead. I want to thank Shelter, the Renters Reform Coalition and Generation Rent for their engagement on the contents of the bill.
and I wholeheartedly agree with their assessment that affordability in the private rented sector is something that must be tackled head-on. So specifically on Amendments 5, 6 and 9, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's all well and good the government saying they do not support rent stabilisation. But as a country, we have have to come back to this issue. Maybe not tomorrow or next month, but inevitably, at some point, we will. Because the private rented sector is a housing market that has lost all sense of proportion. And on this, nothing will change. The problem of affordability will continue to get worse. Like many honourable and right honourable members across this House, I am fortunate to be a homeowner, Madam Deputy Speaker. As representatives, however, we should be acutely aware that unaffordability of rents in South London, in Greater Manchester, and of course in my home city of Liverpool and my constituency of Liverpool Wavertree. Sadly, unless honourable and right honourable members have adult children, I think there may be an ignorance of homeowners in this place who simply do not understand what it is to face life at the sharp end of the private rented sector. Our sissies have a pull for this generation of young adults, and in those sissies we are leaving them to the mercy of landlords and letting agents. Some letting agents, who I may add play a sinister role in often driving large-scale increases to rent for their own ends. We hear all the time about struggling landlords who run businesses. How many properties do not have a mortgage next to their names? I would suggest a considerable amount, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yet rents continue to rise again and again. The very reason we have this bill in the first place is because as a society we have lost faith in the landlord class to regulate themselves, yet we continue to trust them on the rent they charge. To break free of handing a gargantuan proportion of their income to fund the passive income of the landlord class, the death of a grandparent or an early advance of their inheritance might help them out if they're so lucky. This country has utterly failed this generation. The millennials, if you will. The millennials who are not now so young, the first generation not to be better off than their parents on many metrics, but nowhere is this more true than on housing. This housing crisis is what happens when we commodify that very basic human need. Still 40 years on, we live the consequences of the Thatcherite settlement that laid the foundations of the modern day housing crisis. High rents cost the taxpayer considerably. They keep the homeless stuck in temporary accommodation, costing our councils billions and on the verge of bankruptcy. They considerably burden the DWP too, who routinely fail to keep pace with such increases via local housing allowance. Labour governments of the past generally have had a radical history on renting, and this bill keeps that tradition alive. It was Tony Crossland, not exactly from my wing of the party, Madam Deputy Speaker, who remarked in the 1960s, "The landlord often looks on house property simply as an investment to give them a perpetual return with the minimum of expenditure. Worse still, they wield a degree of personal power over their tenants, which can be offensive and intolerable." What Tony said in the 60s remains so now in 2025. Whilst I am disappointed the bill will not address affordability head-on, I give it my wholehearted and enthusiastic support in the name of progress. Thank you.
Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate, which is important to my constituents in Eastleigh and is important to me personally as someone who grew up in rented accommodation. I want to start with New Clause 1, which would limit the maximum rent landlords can request or receive in advance at no more than 2 months' worth of the tenancy. Excessive deposits mean that far too many people face exclusion from the housing market altogether. For families on lower incomes, younger tenants or those receiving benefits, this practice can make finding a home almost impossible. Landlords are increasingly using methods such as rent in advance requirements to exclude those they deem undesirable tenants. According to the charity Shelter, 52% of private landlords refuse to rent to tenants receiving housing benefits. By capping rent in advance, new Clause 1 would help level the playing field and reduce the financial burden on those looking for somewhere decent to live who cannot get in the door because they're living paycheck to paycheck. Next, I turn to Amendment 1, which would ensure that any rent increase is capped at a maximum rate in line with the Bank of England base rate. Madam Deputy Speaker, unchecked rent increases are driving families in Eastleigh and across the country into financial hardship. Within the current system, unscrupulous landlords can impose excessive hikes that effectively force tenants out. One couple in my constituency, who were already working 2 jobs to provide a home for their young children, were forced out of their rented accommodation after their landlord hiked their rent to an unaffordable level. They had no choice but to move to another smaller property which does not cater as well for their family's needs. Allowing this practice to continue undermines the stability and security that this bill seeks to provide. Linking rent increases to the Bank of England base rate is both logical and fair. It provides tenants with predictability while allowing landlords to adjust rents reasonably in response to economic conditions. ONS figures show that in Eastleigh we saw an increase in private rents of 7.6% in 2024. Amendment 1 would provide more protection for people who are struggling due to the cost of living crisis and cannot pay extremely high rents. New Clause 23 would ensure landlords approve necessary home adaptations for disabled tenants where a professional home assessment has been carried out. 1 in 3 disabled people in private rented properties live in unsuitable accommodation. This failure to secure appropriate housing can be life-limiting and make regular activities such as accessing a bathroom or moving between rooms very difficult. 8.8% of disabled people in England rely on the private renter sector due to the chronic shortage of social housing. Yet private rented properties are rarely accessible or adaptable, with only 6% of disabled facilities grants used to make such homes suitable for disabled renters. Unsuitable housing not only hinders independence, but also increases reliance on social care, leads to higher hospital admissions and reduces participation in work and community life. This amendment would ensure that disabled tenants have the autonomy and dignity to live independently in homes suited to their needs. Finally, I would like to express my support for Amendment 10, which would extend protections to students in houses of multiple occupancy properties. Students are some of the most vulnerable renters, often dealing with insecure housing, high rents, and landlords who fail to maintain properties. This amendment ensures that landlords of student HMOs are held to the same standards of other landlords, providing greater security and accountability. And I also want to express my support for New Clause 6. All young people deserve to have somewhere safe to call home and as much support as possible to help them find it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill as an opportunity to reset the balance of power in the rental market. My constituents in Eastleigh and renters across the country deserve a rental market that works for them, not against them. I urge members to support these amendments and ensure this bill deserves the fair deal that renters have been waiting for.
Mike Reader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to note for the record my interest in this area because I am a landlord. As Member of Parliament for Northampton South, I come here today to speak strongly in support of the bill and many of the amendments. The private and social renter sectors account for around a third of all households in my constituency, and that's 35,000 people who will directly benefit from this legislation. My constituents work hard, and Northampton South has a higher than average economic activity rate than the whole of the UK. Yet despite working hard, many people still face incredibly high levels of housing insecurity, high rents and low housing standards. Housing remains the #1 issue in my inbox, and the Renters' Rights Bill will help to address the insecurities and the unfairness my constituents have faced when renting. And it is this government that is taking decisive action for people in Northampton, action that people have long asked for. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will speak to the amendments, but I have to start, of course, by addressing Section 21. Ending no-fault evictions will protect my constituents. Right now, millions of renters across the country live with this sword hanging over their heads. They can be forced to leave their homes with no fault of their own. And let me tell you, that means parents lying awake at night, worried they'll have to move their children mid-term. It means nurses and teachers forced out of the communities that they may be working in. And it means families unable to put roots down or plan for their future because they can be uprooted at any moment. The numbers impacted by this are shocking, but what is really positive is to see that the government has not only recognised this, but also put in further protections in the amendments to strengthen protection for renters. And I'm particularly pleased to see the amendments brought forward on limiting rent to be paid in advance. And as we've heard today, some shocking stories. My mouth dropped when I heard some of the rents being asked for in advance in certain parts of the UK. And to protect renters in this way is definitely the right thing to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also welcome the provisions around the expansion of the Decent Homes Standard. In my constituency, I have heard from people living in properties plagued by damp, mould and electrical hazards. But I can say from nearly 20 years working in the construction industry, having worked with some great private and social landlords, it's not that difficult to maintain and look after the properties that you run. And the fact that 21% of private rented homes in this country fail to meet basic standards is quite simply unacceptable. Landlords that don't properly maintain safe properties are irresponsible and do deserve to be held to account. And this legislation will make sure that happens. I'm particularly pleased to see recognition of the impact on guarantors in the awful situation that a tenant that they support passes away. And the new clauses brought in will mean that guarantors are protected whilst also providing fair recourse and support for landlords in this awful, awful situation. And I encourage members to support these amendments. I'm also encouraged, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the provisions around the landlord redress scheme. They do provide a clear route for tenants to resolve issues without costly court proceedings, but I would note that I've had extensive conversations with the Student Landlord Association in Northampton and a number of my constituents who are part of the HMO Action Group, who have said to me, whilst they do support the aims of the scheme and they've been following the bill through report stage in detail, they do raise concerns that the court system, the justice system, just won't be up to scale. And I'm encouraged by the statement from the Minister earlier that this is being looked at. But it is particularly critical for professional HMO landlords in my constituency who will need quick resolution to disputes and measures to deal with antisocial tenants who negatively impact on their cohabitors. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll finish by just picking up on some of the comments made in the opening statement from the Opposition Minister and some of the earlier speeches. Not everyone in this House is of the same mind, and some have expressed concerns that reforms might restrict market supply. But I can tell you from my experience and from evidence from across the world, it shows that similar regulations have not prevented growth in the private renter sector. Take Ireland, for example. They introduced protected tenancies way back in 2004, and we've seen that sector double and continue to grow and thrive with controls in place. And looking at Germany, Australia, Sweden, across the developed world, rebalancing between landlords and tenants has meant that private rented sectors have flourished. The reality is that countries with strong regulation on the rental standards have seen faster growth than those that don't have it. So let me be clear, this bill is pro-market, not anti-landlord. It will help create a more stable rental sector where good landlords can thrive and bad landlords are held to account. This is good for tenants, it's good for responsible landlords, and it's good for our economy.
Helen Hayes. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on New Clause 10 in my name and Government New Clause 15. Before I do so, I would like to make some brief remarks about other aspects of this bill. In my constituency of Dulwich and West Norwood, housing is overwhelmingly the biggest challenge my constituents face. Housing costs have spiralled, and the previous government wasted more than a decade failing to build the homes we need. The effect of this has been that more and more of my constituents are living in privately rented homes in which they are currently systematically denied the basic stability and security that most of us would agree are essential to being able to function properly in the rest of life.
Private tenants live with the constant fear that their landlord can, at any time, without reference to the terms of their tenancy agreement, decide that they want their property back and serve an eviction notice. I have seen this happen time and time again. It stops people putting down roots in their community because they know that they are likely not to be able to stay. It means that parents live with constant anxiety that they may have to move far away from their children's school. It means that older people are denied security of tenure in their retirement. In return for extortionate rents, tenants all too often face appalling standards and find it far too difficult to get basic health and safety issues addressed. I therefore welcome this bill, which delivers the biggest package of reforms to private renting for 40 years, redressing the current imbalance between landlords and tenants, strengthening tenants' rights and providing much-needed additional security. I particularly welcome the scrapping of Section 21 evictions, on which I have been speaking in this place since 2016, the strengthening of local authority enforcement powers and the creation of a new private rented sector ombudsman and the application of Awab's law to the private rented sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a very great challenge around the affordability of private renting, particularly in London, and my constituents experience that every day. And I hope that the Minister will keep under review the measures in this bill that are designed to limit the rate of rent increases, to ensure that they are as effective as they need to be to create a functioning rental market. And I trust that the Minister will do that and will not hesitate to take further action in future if this is needed. Turning now to my own New Clause 10 and Government New Clause 15, which would ban the use of guarantor agreements in the event of the death of a tenant. Madam Deputy Speaker, in this place, all of us know that sometimes there are emails that stop you in your tracks. So it was for me when in 2023 I received an email from a constituent that read as follows. Late last year, I became a guarantor for my son so that he could secure accommodation with some friends for his second year at university. Without me doing so, he would have lost the house. I had no real concerns about my son paying the rent, as he had shown he was a hard worker in a variety of jobs he engaged with to supplement his student loan, which would have covered the rent anyway. The tenancy was due to start at the beginning of July. Tragically, 2 weeks ago, he took his own life, leaving myself, my wife and his sister utterly devastated. On top of everything, I now find myself liable to pay the rent for his room for the entire length of his tenancy if a replacement tenant cannot be found. He went on to say, I wonder if there might be scope to look into the practice of expecting bereaved parents to continue in a role of guarantor to a loved one after they have died. I don't think anyone could read that email and think that what happened to my constituents facing the worst kind of pain was remotely acceptable. I contacted the letting agent, who refused to budge, simply stating that they were following the contract that had been signed.
I thank my honourable friend and neighbour for making such a powerful speech and reading out what must have been such a difficult email to receive on behalf of her constituents. Does she agree with me that sadly there may have been so many other tenants up and down the country who've had to go through this and suffered in silence because they were grieving?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I agree, and I'll just speak in a moment about the evidence that I received, that this issue is more widespread than any of us might have imagined. I raised the issue at PMQs, and after that I was contacted by many people, some of them families who had experienced exactly this issue, and some of them letting agents telling me that they explicitly did not use such clauses and that such clauses were not necessary because loss of rental income in the event of the death of a tenant is an insurable risk for landlords. I'm grateful to members across the House who've supported my campaign on this issue, including the 48 members who signed New Clause 10, as well as all those who signed my amendment to the Renters Reform Bill in the last Parliament. I engaged extensively with 2 different housing ministers in the previous government, both of whom said that they were sympathetic but declined to take action in the Renters Reform Bill or to support my amendment. I am therefore very grateful to my honourable friend, the Minister for Housing and Planning, for his compassionate and rigorous engagement on this issue. He has listened and, more importantly, he has acted where his predecessors did not. Government New Clause 15, tabled this week, bans the use of guarantor agreements in the event of the death of a tenant who is a family member. That is what my constituent asked of me, and I am proud that this is what we will achieve today. I hope that my constituents will take some small comfort from knowing that by speaking out and contacting their MP, other families faced with the heartbreak of losing a loved one will not be pursued by a greedy landlord or letting agent, adding financial stress and hardship to an already unbearable situation. New Clause 15 does not go as far as New Clause 10, extending protection only to bereaved guarantors who are related to the tenant. While this protection would have helped my constituent, and while I agree that institutional guarantors shouldn't automatically be released from their responsibilities on the death of the tenant, the limitations of the provisions of New Clause 15 mean that there could potentially still be hard cases in the future, a close friend who is bereaved, for example. And I therefore trust that the Minister will keep this situation under review to ensure that New Clause 15 is as effective as he intends. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a consequence of the Minister's engagement on this matter, I am content to withdraw New Clause 10 and I will be supporting Government New Clause 15. I urge all honourable and right honourable members to do the same and to support this bill, which will deliver the step change in regulation of the private rented sector that we have all been needing for far too long.
Yeah. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, and I pay tribute to her for the work she's done on trying to alleviate the pain of when someone dies and then you find the whole demands of unexpectedly then descend on those that were rent guarantors, and I think she's done a very, very good job on that, and I welcome the Government's New Clause 15. My constituency, like many in London and indeed most of our big cities, has a huge number of people living in the private rented sector. It's probably now more than a third of the electorate altogether living in private rented accommodation. Collectively, they face insecurity, collectively they are often stressed, and collectively they are often paying very high and very excessive levels of rent. And it's heartbreaking to see the number of people that make their home in the area, become active in the community, a huge contribution to our community life in lots of ways, and then the rents go up and up and up, and they simply can no longer afford to stay. And anyone looking for private rented accommodation in most of the inner London constituencies that is within the local housing allowance would search for a very long time and be very unlikely to find anywhere that's remotely near the local housing allowance. I see my friend, the member for Bristol Central, nodding. The same applies in many other cities all across the country, where people on average earnings, working class communities, are simply being driven out by the greed of the private rented sector and the market that goes with it, with rent levels going up 10, 15, sometimes 20%. And that's why I intervened earlier on the Minister, and I'm grateful to him for giving way and acknowledging that there is a real crisis happening day in, day out now across this country, where long-term private sector tenants are a threat because the landlord knows this bill is coming and knows that there are going to be greater restrictions. Maybe there should be more restrictions, but greater restrictions on them in the future to raise rents, and certainly no-fault evictions, and are trying to evict large numbers of tenants at the present time. And I'm meeting many constituents that are going through incredible levels of stress about this at the present time. I realise the bill is not yet law. It's got to go through the House of Lords. I'm not quite clear what date the bill is going to be finally enacted. I just hope it's soon. And also I'd urge the Minister to consider any kind of urgent action and advice he can give to protect existing tenants in the run-up to the introduction of this particular piece of legislation. I also pay tribute to the member for Liverpool Wavertree for the amendment that she put in concerning rent levels themselves, because whilst there's much in this bill that I absolutely welcome, it is sadly a bit of a missed opportunity, because whilst it does restrict the ability of landlords to raise rents in the future, what it doesn't do is actually protect them to a reasonable level. And so her amendment, which I think is a good step forward, would link all rent increases in the future to a combination of wage levels and CPI, and give local authorities the power of that enforcement. And that surely is something we should return to. And I hope that the government will accept one or other of the many amendments which talk about the ability to review this piece of legislation a year on, 2 years on, to see what the effects have been on the rent levels, but above all what the effects have been on the security of tenure as well, and whether there will not be ways found to get around this. The amendment put forward by the member for Bristol Central on its new clause 9 on the protection of tenants with disabilities to ensure that they are not discriminated against is, I think, a very, very important one. It's been widely supported across the House, and I really hope that the government will be able to accept this amendment, or at least introduce something similar to it in report stage in the Lords if necessary, because it seems to me that she is representing what is a very important and very genuine need all across the country. The last thing I want to say is this, that we have a housing crisis in Britain that is utterly beyond belief and utterly unnecessary. Where I live, I talk to people every day who are rough sleepers. I talk to people every day who are walking around, spending the whole day trying to sell big issue in order to raise 10 or 20 quid in order to pay for a night shelter, a bed in a night shelter that they can only access in the evening and have got to leave in the morning. It's not accommodation, it's just literally that, a night shelter. That is their life, searching for £20 in order just to survive. I'm not saying the local authority doesn't do all it can to help, it does. I'm not saying there are lots of housing charities that don't do the same. They do. But the situation is, we have a well-known number of people living in destitution within our society. We have grotesque levels of overcrowding in many council and housing association places, and we have insecurity in the private rented sector. This bill goes a long way to reduce the levels of insecurity in the private rented sector. But it's got to be a wake-up call to our society to invest far more in council housing, in sustainable, affordable social housing. And whilst I understand all the demand for building housing, owner occupation, right to buy, and all that does not necessarily solve the housing crisis that so many face. And so it is up to us as a parliament and the government as the government of this country to do a great deal more to try and alleviate the massive levels of housing stress. This bill goes some way towards that, but we could go further on rent controls, we could go further on protection of tenants, and we could do much more in the sense of empowerment of tenants. And I conclude by saying thank you to those voluntary sector agencies that do so much to give advice, often underfunded. They are essentially a part of the whole housing community, and particularly I say thank you to Acorn that's done so much to empower tenants in the private rented sector to realise they are not alone when they're facing irrational decisions by landlords who should know better than to pursue no-fault evictions, which thankfully will be ended by this piece of legislation.
Alex Sobel.
Okay, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to start by expressing my gratitude to the Government Minister who's at the dispatch box and the Secretary of State for tabling amendments on regulating the student letting season and on rent in advance within this bill. Both are issues that I've been campaigning on. Over a year ago I went to Leeds University Union's cost of living event where these issues and others were brought to me in stark contrast, and also the NUS cost of living inquiry and taking the student APPG led by our former colleague Paul Blomfield, on which I served as well. I'd really like to thank the government for tabling amendments 18 and 53 on regulating the student letting season. This is working on that work of Paul Blomfield, who spearheaded this in his constituency Sheffield Central. I'm therefore withdrawing my new clause 4 and urging support for the government amendments. Without regulating the letting season, students are pressured and intimidated by the rental market to sign tenancies with people they hardly know, sometimes 9 months before they are due to move. Students of all backgrounds are forking out deposits to hold properties, leaving care leavers, estranged students from low economic backgrounds with a choice of either spending money they don't have or risking housing insecurity for the next academic year. The government's decision to limit the letting season to 6 months gives these students the space and time needed to create healthy social relationships and save the money needed for a deposit for the next academic year, drastically improving the mental well-being of our student. The Bill's government new clause 13 and 14 bring landmark measures to ensure students are not subject to excessive and exploitative upfront costs by limiting rent in advance, creating a fairer and more accessible rental market. For example, my constituent Olivia was once required to pay £2,500, 6 months' rent upfront, just to move into a 4-bed shared property. She's moving to Leeds to begin her masters, leaving her without savings to move to a new city. This is not how we should treat any person vulnerable to the rental market or looking to be an asset to the community. This amendment will help prevent such unreasonable demands and alleviate financial pressure on tenants. So I'm withdrawing my new clause 3, limiting rents in advance, and urge support for the government's new clauses 13 and 14. My constituent Olivia's upfront cost was so high because she could not get a guarantor. Now we have set limits on rent in advance, we must deal with the other side of the issue faced by renters, the requirement for tenants to provide guarantors. This practice can exclude individuals who cannot meet these demands, limiting their access to secure housing. By simply not being related to someone who owns UK property, you can be excluded from signing on to basic rental accommodation in a shared house, despite being an adult and earning your own income. My proposed amendment seeks to place tighter controls on restrictions for the requirement for tenants to provide a guarantor, especially in case where a tenant's rental history or income offers sufficient security. By refining these provisions, we can balance the legitimate interests of landlords with the rights and needs of tenants. Circumstances which my amendment suggests guarantors should be restricted are as follows. Reasonable assessment of personal income, including state benefits received and any other lawful source of income, is sufficient for them to pay the full rent due under the tenancy. That arrangements will be made for housing benefit or the housing element and universal credit to be paid directly in respect of rent to the relevant person, meaning the landlord. That the relevant person is entering a contract of insurance in which they are insured against non-payment of rent. And I know that has been covered by other amendments and other speeches today. Or such other circumstances may be described in regulation by the Secretary of State, giving the government wide avenues to implement this amendment. The expectation that tenants, despite entering into legally binding rental agreements, must secure third-party guarantors undermines the very purpose of such contracts. For many students, particularly those who cannot rely on family support, such as care leavers or estranged individuals, this requirement can make renting nearly impossible. The Renters' Rights Bill provides a generational opportunity to raise standards of living in the UK to where it should be. As I'm not going to be pushing my clause on guarantors to vote, I welcome further discussion and engagement with the Minister as we progress into laws and how we can change the reliance on guarantors in our rental markets. I know he is open to that discussion. In my constituent, Leeds Central and Headingley, 44.8% of constituents live in private rentals, compared to a national average of 19.4%, and Leeds is home to a student population of over 36,000 non-home students. This bill is imperative to my constituents. Through these measures, I'm hopeful we can establish a rental market that promotes fairness, reduce inequality and strengthens community across the UK. I'm very happy to support the government amendments today. Thank you.
Jessica Toll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for bringing this bill forward and for all the honourable members on the Bill Committee who have given the time and gravity to this long overdue reforms that will provide greater security and stability for millions of renters across the country. This is a bill that is particularly important to my constituency of Bournemouth West, where more than 31% of households are in the private rental sector, as high as 55% in some wards like Bournemouth Central, but up to 45% in the wards of Winton and Westbourne and Westcliff as well. The private rental sector should provide people with flexibility, a stepping stone to aspiring home ownership, and also support our local economies. But for too many, as we've heard from many honourable members in the House, it exacerbates instability, it adds financial stress, locking people out of this, building the savings they need to get on the housing ladder, and also adds to mental health issues. It's particularly salient in my constituency, where the cost of housing is disproportionately expensive to the wages people can command. The average rent and property price are above the national average in Bournemouth, but average wages are 5% lower than the national average. So this bill is timely because in recent months I have been deeply concerned by the growing number of residents who have been in touch raising issues about housing, to the point where we are hosting 3 additional housing super surgeries aimed at providing constituents with the opportunity to share specific issues, but also give them advice and guidance from many local organisations that specialise in these issues. But I wanted to raise a few issues that relate to the amendments we have seen come forward, and I'm sure many honourable members will find these issues coming up in their constituencies, as we've heard. The first being poor quality accommodation. One young woman and her daughter in my constituency have been bounced from mouldy bedsit to mouldy bedsit while they wait for appropriate social home, and in the process this woman's daughter has developed asthma. So I welcome the Decent Home Standard and AWAB's law as part of the package of reforms that we're seeing coming forward. We've also had lots of people get in touch facing homelessness or being forced into homelessness by eye-watering rental increases or Section 21 notices. The average increase last year for a one-bed flat in my constituency was 10%. Another young woman we met and her daughter were made homeless by a Section 21 notice following an unaffordable housing increase, and they have been unable to find anything that are suitable and meet her physical and mental health needs. And before she's even got there, she cannot meet the upfront costs that she's facing in many private rental sector accommodations in our constituency. So I welcome the amendment to address upfront costs. But her situation is also compounded by long social housing waiting lists in my constituency. So can I also welcome the wider housing reforms that this government is bringing forward, including to set increased targets for social housing, but also the wider house building programme that we have. There are almost 20,000 students that live in my constituency, and I recently met student union representatives from Bournemouth University and the Arts University Bournemouth, who brought to me many of the struggles that their students face, from the stress of finding an appropriate place to live and the timetables with which they need to find them, but also the struggle to rent, many students being forced to couch surf because they can't meet the deposit money or they don't have a guarantor that meets the requirements. Bournemouth is one of the top 10 most expensive places to be a student. 95% of the maintenance loan is eaten up by housing costs, leaving many students with about £4 a week afterwards. So it's not a sustainable situation for them. So I'd like to welcome measures to protect student tenancies, also address the upfront costs for students. And it's my hope in the long run that many students will benefit from these reforms because they fall in love with Bournemouth and they want to stay and they can find appropriate and affordable places to live. So I just want to end by saying good and responsible landlords, as we've heard, have nothing to fear from these reforms. I welcome the measures to give landlords more clarity and a better understanding of their legal obligations and to address repossession rights. But the provisions of the abolition of Section 21, AWAB's law and these upfront cost provisions will give my constituents and many across the country the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. So I welcome this bill and the amendments. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For years, renters have faced instability, insecurity and, in many cases, exploitation. Today, we are taking a decisive step towards confronting these injustices. It was a pleasure to serve on the Bill Committee for this bill, which I believe we will look back as one of the proud achievements of this Labour government. I'm proud to support the government's new Clause 13 amendment, which limits the security deposit that a landlord can demand from tenants to just 1 month's rent. This change addresses one of the most significant barriers that renters in my constituency face, the crippling upfront cost of high security deposits. Previously, landlords were able to demand deposits of up to 6 months' rent, a practice that has often priced out renters and left many unable to secure a home. By capping deposits to just 1 month's rent, we are making it far easier for tenants to move into their homes without the financial burden that has long been a barrier of entry into the rental market. New Clause 13 is a vital step in making the rental market more accessible and affordable, particularly for those who have been excluded from the market due to these high costs. This change ensures that renters are treated fairly and can more easily access the stability they need without facing financial hardship. And this bill is just one part of a package of measures that support renters and tackle the housing crisis in this country. It involves getting on with building those 1.5 million new homes through planning reform, an industrial strategy that gives us the tools to build those homes, and the technical excellence colleges that give us the skilled people. This government recognises the housing crisis is not just a problem that can be solved in isolation. As one of the younger members of this House, my generation feel that we are trapped into renting, and recent data shows that under 30s are spending more than 30% of their income on rent, more than any other group. The people who told us to stop eating avocados and cancel Netflix were not serious about confronting the gravity of this situation. They've failed my generation, and it's this government that is taking action today. The previous Conservative government had ample opportunity to enact meaningful reform, and I note that they are continuing to fail to stand up for renters today. Despite the promises to abolish Section 21 no-fault evictions, which is a leading cause of homelessness, they failed to deliver. Instead, Parliament under their watch was clocking off early while the problems in the country mounted up. They retreated from their housing commitments, prioritising the appeasement of powerful landlord interests over the welfare of millions of renters. At the second reading of this bill, the Leader of the Opposition said that resolving the housing crisis hinges solely on increasing housing supply and reducing immigration. Need I remind her that that government did the exact opposite? In response to earlier comments from the Shadow Minister, the government has already increased housing targets and acted decisively to address illegal migration, but I reject the premise that renters' rights should be contingent on these factors alone. The protection and empowerment of renters is entirely independent from these things, and as we heard evidence from in the Bill Committee from Shelter and Generation Rent, we need to rebalance the power between landlords and tenants, as over recent years this has favoured landlords over tenants. This bill and the government amendments tonight introduce several key reforms designed to rebalance that relationship between tenants and landlords. For renters in Burton and Uttoxeter, this bill presents transformative change. Families will no longer face the fear of sudden arbitrary evictions and can truly make their rented properties their homes. The tragic death of Arab Ikshak, caused by mould exposure in his social housing, highlights an issue that we must address. Extending Arab's law to the private rented sector is a crucial step towards ensuring safe, healthy living conditions for all. Key to this will be enforcement of the law, and I know that the government is fully aware of this, following the Minister's commitments at the Bill Committee and that he has reiterated today from the dispatch box. One of the bill's more significant but often overlooked reforms is the creation of the National Landlord Database, which will empower tenants to make informed choices and protect them from rogue landlords. Remarkably, often we have more information about takeaway options that are available than those who we trust with our homes and our income. This measure raises market standards while recognising the responsible landlords who maintain quality homes. Having introduced a similar system as community officer at the University of Nottingham Students' Union, I know the positive impact that this transparency brings, and I'm proud to see this vision here today. In contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must express my concerns about the Opposition's Amendment Clause 21, which proposes that the Secretary of State consult the insurance industry to ensure that the availability of specific insurance products for landlords renting to tenants on the benefits of those keeping pets. On the surface, this may appear a constructive solution, but in practice it risks perpetuating harmful stereotypes and creating further barriers for tenants. The implication that tenants on benefits or pet owners inherently represent a greater risk is both unfair and unhelpful. It reinforces the outdated prejudices at a time when we should be focusing on inclusivity and reducing discrimination in the rental market, which is exactly what the Renters' Rights Bill is about. As the Honourable Member for Tiverton and Minehead said, pets are part of our families, and I'm glad to see the provisions within this bill that support that. Moreover, introducing specialised insurance products may have the unintended consequence of discouraging landlords from renting to these particular groups. Such products are unlikely to make renting more attractive. Instead, they may result in higher premiums or more complex terms that landlords interpret as a reason to avoid letting properties to a tenant altogether. We must not jeopardise the gains in this bill by introducing measures that risk creating an unequal and discriminatory rental system. The future of the rental market should be one where responsible landlords and renters coexist on an equal footing, supported by policies that prioritise fairness and dignity. These reforms are not mere administrative changes. They present a profound shift towards justice and equity within our housing system. They acknowledge that while many landlords operate ethically, they exist a minority whose practices undermine the integrity of the rental market and the well-being of tenants. To them, we are sending a clear message that your time of exploiting loopholes and avoiding accountability is over. Ultimately, what our constituents want is simple: the security of a roof over their head for them and their family, a job that pays the bills, and healthcare that works for them when they need it. This government is getting on delivering all of these things, and this bill is a key part of that and a pivotal step towards a fairer, more just housing system. It reflects Labour's unwavering commitment to protecting tenants, supporting good landlords, and rectifying the systemic issues that have plagued our rental sector for too long. I'm proud to be supporting this bill and the government amendments tonight.
Costigan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me in this debate. A third of people in my constituency of Ealing Southall live in private rented sector accommodation. That's already pretty high, well above the national average of 19%. But in some wards, such as Southall Green, this rises to almost 50% of people living in rented homes. Ealing Borough is what's known as super diverse. It's a super diverse borough, with people from all over the world having made their home there. For many of my constituents in Southall, English is a second, third, or even fourth language that they sometimes struggle with. This leaves them wide open to abuse by rogue landlords, and under the previous government, there was nothing they could do about it. The Conservatives made promise after promise to renters, but never delivered. In hoc to vested interests, they reneged on every pledge they made to renters, and some of the amendments that have been brought forward by the opposition today continue to prioritise the needs of bad landlords over renters. Now, in 2023, Generation Rent produced a report into renting by the British Indian community and used data from renters in Southall in my constituency. The report found that over a third had not received any of the 6 important documents they are entitled to by their landlord. A third stated that their landlord had threatened them with an unaffordable rent increase. Over half said their rent had increased in the previous 6 months, with the average increase being £200 per month, and many were living in damp, overcrowded conditions. This new Renters' Rights Bill will ensure vulnerable tenants, like those in Ealing Southall, will now be able to go to the Housing Ombudsman for help. They'll also be able to challenge arbitrary evictions and unfair rent rises. Now, today, I welcome the government's amendments, which strengthen the bill even further, and I particularly welcome Clause 13 from the government, which will end the astronomical level of deposits often demanded from tenants in advance. This is a very important change, and particularly in Ealing Southall, when people are faced with low pay and massive renting costs. This will reduce a barrier to getting into good quality, safe housing and ensure that we don't continue to see people sleeping on the streets in the way we currently do.
Hear, hear.
Now, the previous government sat back while renters in my constituency were condemned to mouldy flats, huge rent rises and the threat of no-fault evictions. But Ealing's Labour Council took action. They introduced a new selective licensing scheme for private landlords. And this was an area that was discussed in the Bill Committee. Selective landlord licensing schemes require private landlords to have a licence to rent out properties in designated areas of high deprivation or poor housing conditions. They have to meet certain conditions to obtain this licence, such as providing safe and suitable accommodation, complying with fire safety regulations, and managing their properties in a responsible manner. In the absence of government action from the previous government, these schemes have allowed councils like Ealing to enforce higher standards for renters, as the licensing fees and any fines raised from irresponsible landlords are ring-fenced for enforcing standards. In Ealing, it has also increased awareness for vulnerable tenants on the minimum standards to be expected in rented accommodation. Now, the previous government weren't big supporters of licensing landlords in this way. They preferred standing up for landlords rather than standing up for renters. In fact, they changed the law to give the Secretary of State a veto on selective licensing schemes that covered more than 20% of a council area. Now, it looks like the Conservatives still aren't big supporters of this scheme, as one of the amendments they put forward in committee stage was to remove the selective landlord licensing scheme altogether. I think this would be a massive backwards move, and I'm glad the Minister agrees with me. In fact, before Christmas, the Minister announced that he would be removing the Conservatives' veto, and councils will now be able to expand schemes like the one in Ealing to the whole of the borough if they want to. I'm delighted that the government has taken fast action on this without waiting for this bill to pass. And I look forward to more councils with poor housing and high deprivation levels being able to bring in the successful licensing scheme in place in Ealing. I also welcome the government amendment, which will give more power to local authorities to enforce renters' rights and to pay for the enforcement and investigation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition have proved today that they don't care about renters, and most of the points that they have raised are about protecting bad landlords. Although so few of them have actually turned up at all, I wonder if they care about anything. In contrast, Labour believes it's time we rebalance the power relationship between landlords and tenants so that constituents like mine in Ealing Southall know their rights and can enforce those rights, including the right to fair rent, to safe homes and to secure tenancies. I welcome the real difference this bill and the government amendments will make to the lives of families in Ealing Southall. Thank you.
Steve Yem.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. The reforms that are outlined in this bill and the amendments are, of course, long overdue. When I stood for election last year, I promised that I'd deliver on 5 missions for Mansfield, and one of those was to fix our broken housing market and to ensure that people would have affordable homes to rent. And sadly, this mission is necessary because many of my constituents face the constant risk of eviction. They live in fear of massive rent hikes or put up with and endure substandard and even dangerous conditions in their homes. Madam Deputy Speaker, moving to the amendments in 2 key respects. First of all, I'd like to support the government's new Clause 13, particularly in respect of rent and deposits in advance. And I'd like to read from you a few lines from a recent casework email that I received from one of my constituents, who wrote, I saw a house listed to rent and paid a deposit and rent in advance to secure the property. There were a few things that I knew needed doing, which the agency said they'd let the landlord know about and get fixed. I received the keys and was shocked when I arrived that the damp and mould was still there, the radiator in one of the bedrooms left on the floor, the bathtub still out of place, and the agent told me that the gas engineers told them that, quote, the pipes in the house are all botched. Winter is around the corner, and if the heat was to stop working, I'd have to stay in the house, freezing. I'm a nurse, and it would not be ideal for me to be off work sick. She further wrote to me, I tried every day to get an update and find out if the landlord had sorted out the problems, and every time I had to leave in disappointment. Expecting to move into the new house, I vacated my previous occupancy. I was mentally, emotionally, physically and financially so drained that I went to the agency and I gave them the keys back. I did not feel comfortable living in a house where the landlord is neglecting tenants. If I was to move in and something was to go wrong, he would never come out or get it fixed on time. I think really powerful words from my constituent. And since then, my constituent has been denied any kind of refund for a period of months. I was only able to secure that due to a last-minute intervention from my office after I suggested I'd name the letting agent in my speech today. And they were kind enough to get back to my constituent and tell them and provide them a full refund today. But it really outlines the importance of the government's new clause and why I'm pleased to support it today. It emphasises why reform that's set out in the bill and amendments is needed, and I understand that the decent home standard outlined in the bill will also force landlords in the private rented sector to make their homes safe and secure and give tenants more avenues for financial redress when things go wrong, as in this case. And then moving on, Madam Deputy Speaker, to my second point, and very briefly, year after year we've seen rents increasing at a dramatic rate, and it's time that those in the private rented sector got a better deal. There are usually many applicants in my constituency from prospective tenants when a new property comes to market. It means that a bidding war often takes place, driving up the price that's paid to rent the property, pitting tenant against tenant, which leads really to only one winner. So I am pleased that this government has also set out a target of building 1.5 million new homes in England over 5 years, which will make a huge difference, and I recognise and welcome those measures. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, by abolishing Section 21, no-fault evictions and fixed terms, the bill will remove the threat of arbitrary evictions from my constituents and increase tenant security. A constituent recently came to me following a disagreement with her landlord about a proposed increase in her rent and repairs that needed to the property. I understand that halfway through the repair process, the landlord suspended the work, served her with a Section 21 notice, particularly difficult given the tenant's medical issues and her son's special educational needs, and no reason was given at all for serving the notice. This bill and the amendments will outlaw such practices and give tenants in my constituency security in their homes. And Madam Deputy Speaker, for the reasons I've outlined, and indeed for many more reasons that have been outlined by my colleagues in the Chamber today, this bill and the amendments will have a significant impact on the quality of life for people in Mansfield who elected me to this place. And by supporting this legislation, I'm delivering on one of my missions to help fix the broken housing market for local people in my constituency.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in starting, I'd like to echo the comments of my neighbour, the Honourable Member for Bournemouth West, and the references that she made to the housing problems in our area. Today marks a once-in-a-generation moment and the biggest change to private renting since the Conservatives' 1988 Housing Act. The Thatcher reforms aim to rejuvenate private renting by making it more attractive to landlords, but instead they helped sow the seeds of the housing crisis we see today. England's 12 million private renters face some of the worst quality housing in the developed world, with shocking levels of damp and mould and low rates of insulation, resulting in health problems and unaffordable energy bills. Instead of producing competitive and affordable housing, decades of tipping the scales towards landlords has resulted in homes that are insecure, eye-wateringly expensive and often short-term in nature. While renters in countries like Germany enjoy secure, long-lasting tenancies with rights to redress should things go wrong, tenants in England can be put out on the street by a no-fault eviction if they complain about a leaky roof or a broken boiler. Coming on to some of the specific amendments, I rise in support of new clause 3 to limit rent in advance of tenancy, new clause 7 to limit proposed rent levels, and new clause 9 covering the right to have home adaptations made to a property. We know that this legislation will end exploitative bidding wars that drive up rental prices, stamp out discrimination on renting to families with children or those on benefits, and give renters the right to request pets in their home. With Section 21 finally consigned to history, tenants will also benefit from longer notice periods, giving them more security in their homes. And we will hold landlords accountable for health hazards in their properties. No longer should tenants and their families suffer damage to their health because a landlord refuses to act. However, to truly deliver a more secure future for renters in England, the bill needs to close a loophole that would allow no-fault evictions to continue via rent hikes. My honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Wavertree's amendment would cap in-tenancy rent rises. The amendment introduces a cap on the amount a landlord could raise on a sitting tenant so that no one will have to face a rent hike higher than wage growth or inflation. Everyone deserves to have basic security in their home, whether they rent or own. People with mortgages tend to have relatively predictable costs. Tenants have no such peace of mind. Today, there is nothing to protect tenants from extortionate, unjust rent hikes. The Renters' Rights Bill doesn't do enough to change that. Last year, a government survey of landlords found rent increases of 15% or more when renewing or extending a contract were common. Despite the bill's passage, renters who cannot afford extortionate rent hikes will continue to have no alternative but to move, fall into debt or face eviction. And there is a real danger, Madam Deputy Speaker, that landlords will continue to evict tenants or threaten them with eviction at will, with unfair rent increases taking the place of Section 21 evictions. The bill's provisions to allow renters the right to appeal to a tribunal that can determine a market rate increase are insufficient. By definition, market rates are already unaffordable for many renters. Only capping rent increases will give renters genuine security in their homes and stop landlords from threatening vulnerable people with unaffordable rent hikes or homelessness. Beyond security, the biggest issue most renters face is the fast-growing cost of having a home to live in. The amount of income families in this country are losing to rent is rapidly becoming unsustainable. Nearly 2/3 of working renters in England struggle to afford the rent, according to recent research by Shelter. Rent produces almost zero social benefit. It takes money away from working class people who could spend that in their community, and it passes it to property owners. What simpler, more effective way could there be to ease the cost of living crisis for millions of people and put money back in their pockets than by limiting their largest outgoing? Rent stabilisation measures are common across Europe. In France, the annual increase is limited to 3.5%. Meanwhile, in England, rent has been rising faster than wages for well over a year, and the average annual increase reported in December was 9.3%. A cap on rent increases has the support of housing charities, renters' organisations and major unions. It also has strong public support. So when it comes to the housing crisis, we must keep all options on the table, and I hope the government will back those changes to the bill. Ultimately, we need to increase the supply of council housing at affordable rents. In my constituency of Poole, we have some of the highest rents relative to wages in the country. Change, therefore, cannot come soon enough for those renters, and this bill is a welcome first step.
John McDonnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to very briefly address some of the amendments as part of the debate itself, in particularly Amendments 5, 6, 7, 9, new clauses 5, 6, 7, and Amendments 9, 5 and 6, which deal with rent controls. But very briefly, before I come on to that, new clause 9 I take a particular interest in, which the Honourable Member for Bristol Central has put on and I've signed. I chair an unpaid carers group, and there is a real concern for those who are renters that you have a landlord, and even if you get the assessment done for the aids and adaptations, then you can't enforce it, and you're left vulnerable, and you have no choice then but to move, and all the disruption, particularly if you're caring for someone with significant disabilities. Can I just say to the Labour front bench, I didn't think this was a contentious issue, and I'm hoping that we can just get some assurances to the Honourable Member for Bristol Central that there can be some further dialogue on this before the bill or as the bill goes into the House of Lords. And if we can have that dialogue, I think we can find something that will satisfy all concerned to give the strength to those people with disabilities, those who care for people with disabilities, and also to the government about the, if you like, the ramifications of an amendment of this nature. If we can get that form of words, I'd urge the Honourable Member for Bristol Central not to push this amendment to the vote, because that sends a message to the Lords that the Commons doesn't support it, whereas I think there is support in this House, but maybe not necessary for this form of words. So, sometimes it's best not to snatch victory from the defeat from the jaws of victory, and I think we might have something here, but I leave that to her judgment, obviously. Very briefly, I just want to talk about the issues around rent controls. My honourable friend from Ealing Southall mentioned her constituency. Mine is next door. I represent a working class, multicultural community when we've been going through a housing crisis now, at least for the last decade, on a scale. I've lived there 50 years. We've never seen it before. And it's a housing crisis which has been caused as a result, as others have said, the selling off of our council houses. And the irony here is that those same council houses that have been put into the hands of private landlords are now being rented back at very high rents to house homeless people that the council are placing in them. So I'm hoping that the government's policy about increasing housing supply, the 1.5 million new homes we're about to build, I'm hoping that a large number of those homes will be social housing, council housing, and as a result of that, in my constituency, we can start tackling the housing crisis. But before that happens, in the meantime, we will be dependent on the private rented sector. And at the moment, I have to say, and this is the only reason I'm speaking, the representations I've had from constituents, knowing this bill was coming up and working with Acorn and the various other agencies, the Renters Coalition, etc., what they're trying to say is, can you try at least get across the plight that we're facing at the moment? And the plight that they're facing at the moment is dependent on, to be honest, landlords who are ripping them off. The concept of price gouging is actually now emerging in our discussions with regard to the economy. Well, here's an element of price gouging, because private rented landlords, particularly in London, we've seen profit ratios of anything between 5 and 20%. And the argument, well, we can have a tribunal system and we can go to that tribunal, they'll determine it on the basis of what the market rent is. The market rent is determined almost by an almost oligopoly of landlords within a particular area who are maintaining high rents because they want to maximise those profits. And I have to say, the housing conditions in the private rented sector in my constituency, in some instances, are absolutely appalling. And then what happens if the tenant complains? That's when the Section 21 comes in. In fact, tenants are terrified of complaining because if they get evicted, they're then faced most probably with a higher rent elsewhere. And that's why we need a comprehensive system of rent controls. I don't think it's any other solution. And I'm hoping, although the government's not accepting these amendments today, we can have a dialogue and maybe, either between now and the Lords or in future legislation, we can address the issue of rent controls. The argument is very simple. We just want a system where rents are linked to wages or inflation, and in that way people can't be ripped off by higher rent increases. And this is not rocket science. I'm old enough to remember when we did have rent controls. We had a local rent officer that a local authority would send round. They'd determine a fair rent, and then they'd also determine what was fair in terms of wages and also in terms of income about any future rental levels. And it operates across Europe. And that hasn't impacted upon the supply of private rented housing elsewhere. So this is a system that could be readily introduced. And I worry that if we don't do it now, we'll be coming back here in a couple of years' time with the same problems, because although we want the speed of building the new homes, we will still be dependent on the private rented sector, and we will still be dependent on some landlords, not all, we have good landlords as well, some landlords who are basically profiteering at the expense of homeless people. Final point from me, the issue that was raised by the member for Islington North, the issue about developing a tribunal system is that the tribunal system needs to ensure that people are properly represented, they have time to take on the system itself. And most of us from a trade union background have been dealing with employment tribunals over the years, and although they can be effective, actually the only reason they are effective is because you have the might and the organisation of the trade union movement. We haven't got that in the rental sector overall to represent tenants. And therefore, although I welcome the idea that we have a thorough tribunal system which is effective in terms of dealing with hard cases, nevertheless to expect the tenants in my constituency to be able to utilise that without the resources, particularly because we've lost a lot of our advice agencies as a result of austerity, it's not realistic. That's why the solution with regard to rent controls, I think, that Honourable from Liverpool Wavertree brought forward, we need to come back and discuss again. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Martin. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and good evening. Good quality, secure and decent rentals should not be too much to ask, and I welcome and thank those landlords that do provide that in my city and beyond. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the additions to the detailed bill today, which will help residents in Portsmouth North rent homes that are secure and decent and in a much fairer system, including the end to an excessive upfront costs, huge deposits and advance rents, including the stopping of students feeling pressured into signing up to an agreement so very early in their term, and including protecting bereaved families by limiting a guarantee liability in the event of a family's member's or a tenant's death, and also the expansion to the decent home standards. These are all necessary and already part of a significant package of reforms, and all of which, when we look at the numbers, have a real human face and a heartbreak behind the real need for these issues. Madam Deputy Speaker, these changes will reverse the environment of uncertainty and fear for tenants to raise issues that destabilise families and communities and that have contributed to the broader housing crisis. No more starkly seen than at the hands of the Section 21 no-fault eviction. As my honourable friend from Worsley and Eccles today said, I too, in my job as a teacher, have experienced kids distraught at being evicted from their homes having been served a Section 21 no-fault. And I would like to just share two of my constituency stories today, Sally and Rachel.
Sally is a student nurse in receipt of universal credit with a SEND child who privately rented a home for 14 years. The landlord has neglected the property significantly during this time, and the house has had extensive issues with mould, leaks and water damage. Despite that, Sally wants to stay. Sally's landlord decided it would be easier to simply evict her through Section 21 in order to carry out the extensive repairs that needed doing to the house, leaving her and her son homeless. The callous use of Section 21 to displace a family to more conveniently perform repairs that should have already been done shocked me. Rachel is a mum in Portsmouth North with 4 children, 2 of which have SEND. Rachel was given a Section 21 notice by her private landlord before Christmas and asked to leave on the 8th of January, a no-fault eviction with no reason. The cruelty of this timing is shocking, and had the previous government enacted their 2019 manifesto, Rachel would not be in this scenario. Rachel has since been informed by the council that she should be waiting 5 to 6 years for a property of her needs, and she is now faced with living in costly temporary accommodation which will not meet her children's needs. And in addition, the housing team at the council have warned that as there has been a lack of housing built in the last decade in my city, she may be housed in a new area, away from her children's schools, away from her support network and from her job. This bill finally removes Section 21 no fault, and today's amendment strengthened the fairness of the market for a wider set of tenants. And on behalf of all of the Sallys and Rachels, I want to acknowledge the work of this government in their commitment to rebalance the relationship between landlords and tenants, and to produce changes that are pro-market, pro-tenant and pro-community. The abolition of Section 21 and the fair changes we need cannot come soon enough. It was too late for some people, but this bill and its amendment will ensure finally that people in Portsmouth and across the country have access to good quality and a fair housing system.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There can be few places in our country that need this bill like Bournemouth East. 33% of households in my constituency are private renting, considerably more than the 19% national average. In Boscombe West Ward, 60% are private renting, and in Eastcliff, where I live, it's 56%. Rents went up in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole by 9% in the year to October 2024, higher than the national average, and 81% of the respondents to Shelter Dorset's survey in BCP said they were struggling to pay their rent. As somebody who used to lead a mental health charity, I know the link between health outcomes, poor mental health, and poor rented accommodation. And so for everybody who is living in poor rented accommodation in Bournemouth East, I know that there will be significant health outcomes. I want to talk briefly about the abolition of no-fault evictions and bring into this debate my constituents. My constituent Caroline from Boscombe had lived in her overcrowded private rented housing with her 2 children with special educational needs and disabilities for 11 years before being given a Section 21. Being forced to move at short notice has significantly negatively affected her mental health. The Labour government's abolition of so-called no-fault evictions in this bill will go a long way to giving tenants like Caroline greater security. I also welcome that there will now be a decent home standard applied to the private rented sector. My constituent Naomi from Boscombe recently contacted me about the repeated incidents of mould in her 1-bedroom rented flat, which she shares with her partner and 10-week-old baby. The flat also has dangerous loose floorboards, a leaking shower and fire doors that don't close. Her landlord continues to ignore her emails. The provisions in this bill, which apply the decent home standards to the private rented sector, will give renters like Naomi safer, better value homes and remove the blight of poor quality homes from our communities.
Will my honourable friend give way? My honourable friend is making an excellent speech. Can I raise the case of one of my constituents? He's a dad with a young daughter. He's got a chronic illness. He had so many deductions at the end of his tenancy on his deposit that were unfair, but not only this. He had a shower that the landlord refused to fix because they claimed it was not a shower but some sort of other device. What a disgrace. Does my honourable friend agree with me that we need to get through those division lobbies, fight for our constituents and truly once and for all reform renters' rights?
I never disagree with my honourable friend, and on that point in particular it shows why we need this bill. I also welcome this bill's protections against unreasonable rent rises and rental bidding. My disabled constituent Tracy, also from Boscombe, got in contact about how a substantial hike in her rent acted as an effective eviction as she was unable to pay. Despite looking to use her PIK towards her rent, she was forced to look for alternative accommodation, and we all know how difficult that is in the private rented sector for people with disabilities. I welcome the protections in this bill against unreasonable rent rises because it will provide much needed security for renters like Tracy who struggle to find appropriate accommodation in the rented sector to meet their needs. And briefly, I also want to welcome the introduction of a new Ombudsman service that will provide quick, fair, impartial and binding resolutions for tenants' complaints about their landlord, bringing tenant-landlord complaint resolution on par with established redress practices for tenants in social housing or consumers of property agent services. And I also want to welcome the move to make it illegal for landlords to discriminate against tenants in receipt of housing benefit or other benefits, or with children when choosing to let their property. That's particularly affecting James in my constituency, who is homeless and cannot secure private rented housing because he's in receipt of benefits. All of us who hold constituency surgeries week in, week out will know these stories. All of us have campaigned for better renter rights because we have heard those stories on the doorsteps, and I commend the government for bringing forward this bill at such an early stage in this Parliament. We must of course make the point that not all landlords are bad, but the importance of this bill is to weed out those bad landlords so that the good landlords, those who care about their tenants, who provide an important duty to the housing market, are able to continue to have a good reputation, and so the overall market continues to have that good reputation. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill. I commend the ministerial team for bringing it forward, and I'm thrilled that renters in Bournemouth and across Britain will finally, after many, many years of delay, get the renters' rights that they deserve. No, that they are entitled to.
I call the Minister, Matthew Pennycook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me begin by thanking all the honourable members who have participated this afternoon for their contributions. It has been a thoughtful and good-natured debate, and while there are many genuine points of difference and emphasis, there is, I believe, a consensus across the House that reform of the private rented sector is long overdue and must be taken forward. In the time I have available to me, I will respond to a number of the amendments and key arguments that have been made this afternoon. In his contribution, the Shadow Minister suggested that government new clauses 13 and 14 risk locking out of the rental market those renters who are on the financial margins and fettering landlords and tenants coming to fair agreements on tenancies in the assured regime we're introducing. I would gently say to the Shadow Minister, I think he seriously downplays the power imbalance between landlords and tenants that exists, and the fact that requiring multiple months of rent in advance from a tenant where agreeing a tenancy is unfair, is placing considerable strain on tenants and can exclude some people and families from renting altogether. But what I would say to the honourable gentleman is that landlords will continue to be able to take a holding deposit of up to 1 week, a tenancy deposit of 5 or 6 weeks rent, and up to 1 month's rent in advance before a tenancy has begun. They will also be free to undertake referencing and affordability checks necessary to give them confidence that a tenancy is sustainable for all parties. And if and when not satisfied by the outcome of pre-tenancy checks, there are options available to both tenant and landlord to ensure that rent in advance need not be used. For example, requesting a guarantor or engaging in landlord insurance. So I hope that provides him with a degree of reassurance on that point. The Shadow Minister, Madam Deputy Speaker, tabled a number of amendments, several of which we debated in detail during committee stage. With regard to Amendments 57, 58 and 60, I restate the argument I made in committee, namely that fixed terms mean that tenants are locked into tenancy agreements without the freedom to move should their personal circumstances change, and they compel them to pay rent regardless of whether a property is fit to live in, reducing the incentive for unscrupulous landlords to complete repairs. For that reason, the government remains firmly of the view that there is no place whatsoever for fixed terms of any kind in the new tenancy regime that the bill introduces. A number of honourable members reference problems with short-term lets, and the government is cognisant of the impact that excessive concentrations of short-term lets can have on the affordability and availability of local housing and the sustainability of local communities. We are committed to monitoring this issue, And, as the honourable gentleman, spokesman for the Liberal Democrats knows, we are exploring what further powers local authorities need to bear down on it. But putting an arbitrary deadline in law on the face of the bill, as per new clause 2, is not the way to proceed. I will give way.
Just on the, I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way and for his response on that issue. On the question of a use class order for second homes, can he add any comment on that issue?
He tempts me to engage in an entirely different debate. I'm more than happy to update him at the appropriate time with all of the measures the government are going to take forward in response to this issue. But he can be assured that we are giving it serious attention, and it won't be a case of the government just kicking it into the long grass. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government are clear also that we will not delay giving renters the long-term security, rights and protections they deserve by making the necessary and long overdue transformation of the sector contingent on a broad and undefined assessment of the possession process as new Clause 19 and Amendment 56 propose. The member for Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner knows that I am in full agreement with him that court readiness is essential to the successful operation of the new system. That is why my officials and I are working closely with the Minister of State for Courts and Legal Services and her team to ensure that the Courts and Tribunal Service is ready at the point the new tenancy system is brought into force. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Minister also pressed the government to put on the face of the bill a legal requirement to publish an annual review of the impact of it on the availability of homes. The honourable gentleman will know that the government have published a green-rated impact assessment, and we will of course closely monitor the impact of the bill on the housing market. But setting an arbitrary deadline in law for doing so would, we believe, detract from that work. While I do not begrudge him for tabling new Clause 20 to make the point, the honourable gentleman will know that no government could accept such an amendment. The Liberal Democrat spokesman and several members of his party raised the issue of military accommodation and tabled Amendment 3. There is no dispute, Madam Deputy Speaker, as to the objective that amendment is seeking, namely to ensure that all service accommodation equals or exceeds the Decent Homes standard, and the government have made that commitment. What we are disagreeing about, Madam Deputy Speaker, is whether the approach we are taking through this bill is appropriate for the unique circumstances that surround Ministry of Defence accommodation. And we do not believe they are, for various reasons which we discussed at length during committee. For example, the problems that local authorities have of inspecting accommodation that is behind the wire on sensitive MOD basis. Let me just finish this point and I will happily give way. As the honourable gentleman is aware, the Ministry of Defence are committed to reviewing their Decent Homes Plus standard for accommodation with the aim of improving the standard SFA across the estate where it needs improvement as part of their long-term strategy for service accommodation. That review will be informed by my department's work on housing standards, including our review of the content of the DHS, which ministers in the Ministry of Defence are committed to aligning with, and the Ministry of Defence will provide further information on the review of its target early in 2025. I'll happily give way.
Grateful to the Minister who's generous with giving way. The question of behind the wire, just to clarify to the Minister, the amendment is for service family accommodation. Service family accommodation is generally not behind the wire. It's on the street where councils can have access to them. It's not behind the wire.
Well, that is only one of the issues, and the honourable gentleman, we know we debated many, many others during committee. There is, I appreciate, a principled disagreement on this point. The objective we share, we think there is a different way and a more sensible way to go about it. Taking military accommodation, service accommodation through this bill is not the way to proceed. I will happily give way and then I'm going to make some progress.
I'm very grateful to the Minister. I appreciate the time constraints he's facing. The critical question we're asking is when those residents in our communities who live in that service accommodation can expect the standard of their accommodation to reach the standards that he and his colleagues intend to set out. I appreciate the cooperation with Defence Ministers. Can he give us a date by which that can be put in place?
It's not for me, I'm afraid, and I say this sympathetic to the honourable gentleman's question and his desire for that information. It's not for me to give a date from the dispatch box today. It's for my colleagues in the Ministry of Defence, who will provide further information on the review and of that target standard early this year. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrat spokesman, the honourable member for Taunton and Wellington, along with my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Wavertree, and the honourable member for Bristol Central, all spoke in support of their respective amendments that would introduce forms of rent control. Let me assure each one of them that I understand entirely their concerns about rental affordability generally, and the potential specifically for retaliatory no-fault economic evictions. Once Section 21 evictions are done away with, unscrupulous landlords will no doubt attempt to evict tenants who assert their rights by means of extortionate rent rises. However, as we debated extensively in committee, the government sincerely believe that the introduction of rent controls in the private rented sector could harm tenants as well as landlords as a result of reduced supply and discouraged investment. Now, while I appreciate fully that there is a broad spectrum of regulation that falls under the title, there is sufficient international evidence, as we debated at length during committee stage, from countries such as Sweden and Germany, and from cities such as San Francisco and Ontario, as well as the Scottish experience since 2017, to attest to the potential detrimental impacts of rent control. For that reason, we believe we should proceed on the basis of the protections that the bill currently provides against unreasonable within tenancy rent rises, and action more widely to improve affordability, not least supporting the growth of the build-to-rent sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Wavertree, has also tabled new Clause 5, which would place a duty on the Secretary of State to conduct a review of the tenancy deposit protection schemes and requirements. The current contracts governing the schemes are due to end next year, and their re-procurement provides an opportunity for the Department to review their objectives and how they operate. I am more than happy to engage with my honourable friend in relation to that process, and on that basis I'd ask her not to divide the House on her amendment. I'm also more than happy to ensure she is closely involved in the development of the PRS database. We believe there are good reasons for the detail relating to this database to be laid out in secondary legislation rather than put on the face of the bill, as her Amendment 7 stipulates. But it is our clear expectation that the database will capture key information about landlords, and we recognise there may be clear benefits to using it to collect a wider range of information, as her amendment suggests. Finally, in relation to my honourable friend, she tabled a new Clause 6, which would require local authorities, if requested, to pay or guarantee the tenancy deposits of care leavers seeking to access the private rented sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm of the view that it is local authorities, rather than central government, who are best placed to assess the best way of supporting care leavers in their area. I'd reassure my honourable friend that while local authorities maintain their ability to support care leavers in their areas, the government is committed to putting in place the support that local government needs to do this effectively. Turning now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to new Clause 11, which my honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central and Headingley, made a strong case for in relation to acting to limit guarantors. I appreciate fully, Madam Deputy Speaker, that obtaining a guarantor can be difficult for some prospective tenants, and I understand the reasoning behind my honourable friend's amendment. However, I am also mindful of the fact that in some instances, the use of guarantors can provide good landlords with the assurance necessary to let their properties to tenants who may otherwise find it difficult to access private rented accommodation. For example, those with poor credit histories, the kind of tenant that the Shadow Minister worries that our rents in advance amendments will harm. Having considered this issue in great detail, I ultimately concluded, Madam Deputy Speaker, that limiting guarantors could inadvertently make life more difficult for certain types of renter. That said, I will keep the matter under review, and I am more than happy to engage in a dialogue with my honourable friend about it in the weeks and months to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, reference was made in the debate by several members on the benches opposite to new Clause 22 in the name of the member for St Albans. The government is clear that all landlords must keep their properties in a fit state and that there needs to be robust routes of redress when they do not. However, tenants are already able to take their landlord to court if their home is unfit for human habitation. And if the courts find that landlords have not met their obligations, they can award compensation as well as requiring landlords to carry out repairs. For that reason, while agreeing entirely with the objective, I believe the Honourable Lady's amendment is unnecessary. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to briefly refer to two amendments on the order paper that were not moved by the people that the amendment is in the name of. Firstly, my honourable friend, the member for Nottingham East, rightly argued for protection from discrimination for renters who require home adaptations. The rental discrimination provisions in the bill are specifically designed to protect victims of discrimination who may not be eligible to make a case under the Equality Act, such as those who have children or are in receipt of benefits. People with a disability are already afforded protections from discrimination relating to the provision of housing or services under the Act. For that reason, we do not believe my honourable friend's amendment is warranted, but I am more than happy to discuss the matter further with her outside of this chamber. My honourable friend, the member for Warrington, also tabled an amendment to make rent repayment orders available for initial failure to be a member of the PRS Landlord Ombudsman or to register with the PRS database. I know she will recognise that we have significantly strengthened the RRO provisions that were included in the previous government's Renters Reform Bill. However, I took the view that it would be inappropriate to extend rent repayment orders to non-criminal breaches of the kind her amendment covers. Instead, local authorities will be able to issue civil penalties for the initial failures in question, with the possibility of higher financial penalties and RROs if they fail to sign up, having been so fined. Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, touching on a group of amendments that relate to home adaptations, both new clause 9 in the name of the Honourable Lady, the member for Bristol Central, but also the Liberal Democrat spokesman, the member for Taunton and Wellington. Both these amendments seek to require PRS landlords to permit home disability adaptations for assured tenants when these have been recommended in a local authority home assessment. Now, the Honourable Member for Bristol Central tabled the same amendment at committee stage. As we discussed then, the Equality Act 2010 already provides that landlords cannot unreasonably refuse a request for reasonable adjustments to a disabled person's home. And as I said again during committee stage, measures already in this bill will improve the situation for disabled renters who request home adaptations. The abolition of Section 21 will remove the threat of retaliatory eviction, empowering tenants to request the home adaptations that they need and to complain if their requests are unreasonably refused. In addition, we are establishing the new PRS Ombudsman, which will have strong powers to put things right for tenants where their landlord has failed to resolve a legitimate complaint. I must say candidly to the Honourable Lady, I remain somewhat unconvinced that these amendments are the way to address this absolutely legitimate issue, and I recognise the problem she identifies. And for that reason, the government will not be able to accept them today. But I can give her the assurance that we will commit to continuing to consider what more we might need to do to ensure that requests for reasonable adjustments cannot be unreasonably refused, including those recommended by local authority home assessments. And I am more than happy to engage with members across the House and to meet her and the Honourable Gentleman and other members who've got concerns in this regard to discuss her amendments and the problem more generally in more detail. And I hope on that basis she might consider withdrawing her amendment. I'll happily give way.
On that point, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If the Minister is able to confirm that that can be that cross-party meeting can include the chair of the Housing Select Committee and that it can take place before the bill goes to the Lords, then I would be happy to withdraw my amendment.
Minister.
I'll happily give her that assurance, and I'm more than happy to ensure that my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, attends, and any other member with an interest in this regard. It is an important issue. I understand the problem she has outlined. As I said, there are reasons we don't think the amendment is necessarily the best way to approach it, but I am more than happy to have a dialogue about that particular point. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, the amendments we've made today are targeted amendments aiming to ensure the bill will operate as intended. With regard to those amendments that honourable members have pushed, in many cases we do think they're unnecessary because we think the bill strikes the right balance between the interests of landlords and those of tenants. And on that basis, I hope the whole House can come behind it this evening.
The question is that new clause 13 be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye? Many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The question is that new clause 13 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to Government New Clause 14. I call the Minister to move New Clause 14 formally.
Move formally.
Prohibition of rent in advance before lease entered into.
The question is that New Clause 14 be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? The ayes... No! Aye! Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 14 be added as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! The tellers for the ayes are Keir Mather and Anna Turley. The tellers for the noes are Richard Holden and Rebecca Smith.
The ayes to the right, 372. The noes to the left, 114.
The ayes to the right, 372. The noes to the left, 114. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Under the order of the House of the 9th of October 2024, I must now put the questions necessary to bring to a conclusion proceedings on the consideration of new clauses and amendments to the bill. Now, the question is that new clause 14 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to government new clauses 15 and 16. I call the Minister to move formally.
Move formally.
The question is that new clause 15 and 16 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. New clause 9 has been selected for separate decision. I call Carla to move the new clause 9 formally.
Not moved, as just discussed.
Not moved. New clause 20 has been selected for separate decision. I call David Simmonds to move clause 20 formally.
I beg to move, Madam Deputy.
The question is that new clause 20 be added to the bill. As many of our opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The question is, as on the order paper, if people want to chat in the chamber, can they exit the chamber for their chats? Seated or exit the chamber? Seated or exit the chamber? Well, the question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? No. Tellers for the ayes are Richard Holden and Rebecca Smith. The tellers for the noes are Keir Mather and Anna Turner. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 181. The noes to the left, 363.
Close. Close. You must be worried about that.
The ayes to the right were 181. The noes to the left were 363. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 57 has been selected for separate decision. I call David Simmonds to move the amendment formally.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 57 be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 57 be made. And as many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Richard Holden and Rebecca Smith. Tell us for the noes are Kim Aker and Anna Turley.
The ayes to the right, 118. The noes to the left, 434.
Close.
The ayes to the right were 118, the noes to the left 434, so the noes have it, unlock. We come to government amendments 12 to 17, 27 to 30 and 34 to 41. I call the Minister to move the amendments formally.
Move formally.
The question is that government amendments 12 to 17, 27 to 34 and 34 to 41 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has been selected for separate decision. I call Gideon Amos to move the amendment formally.
I beg to move, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that Amendment 3 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Susan May and Zoe Franklin, is that correct? And tell us for the noes are Keir Mata and Anna Turley. it, stop it. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 186. The noes to the left, 360.
The ayes to the right, 186. The noes to the left, 360. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Government Amendments 42 to 52, 18 to 26, 31 to 33, 53 and 54. I call the Minister to move the amendments formally.
Move formally.
The question is that the Government Amendments 42 to 52, 18 to 26, 31 to 33, 53 and 54 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Consideration completed. Third reading.
Now.
King's consent. Minister to move third reading formally.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time. It has been a real privilege to take this vital piece of legislation through the House. I want to thank everyone who has played a role in getting the bill to this stage. My right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, for her passionate commitment to improving the lives of England's 11 million private renters. The Department's bill team, who've worked tirelessly on the legislation for the past 6 months. My outstanding private office, including my fantastic Private Secretary, Will Gaby, who has led for the team on the bill. The Clerks, Chairs and Parliamentary Council for facilitating its progress, the witnesses who gave evidence to the committee, and honourable members on both sides of the House who provided valuable input today and at previous stages. Madam Deputy Speaker, the current system for private renting is broken. While the Government recognises that the majority of landlords provide high-quality homes and a good service to their tenants, it remains the case that the private renter still provides the least affordable, poorest quality and most insecure housing of all tenures. This intolerable state of affairs is why renters have been demanding change for many years, and I'm extremely proud that this Government has acted so early in the Parliament to deliver it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Renters' Rights Bill will deliver on our manifesto commitment to overhaul the regulation of the private rented sector and decisively raise standards with it. But it is bitterly disappointing that despite not forcing a single division in committee, the opposition have today decided to set their face firmly against private rented sector reform on the basis of a series of specious and indeed spurious arguments. They may be intent on letting down England's private renters once again, but this Labour Government will not put tens of thousands of them at risk of homelessness, nor prolong the uncertainty that responsible landlords across the country have experienced over recent years by hesitating. We are going to finish the job and give England's 11 million private renters the greater security, rights and protections they deserve. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish Baroness Taylor the best with moving the bill forward in the other place, and I commend it to the House.
Under the order of the House of 9th of October 2024... 35 seconds. Well, we get one. Mr. Kevin Holloway, you do have 35 seconds, I believe.
I draw the House's attention to my register of members' interests. It is not wrong, it is not spurious or specious to stand up for those 11 million tenants. We know that tenants and landlords are two sides of the same coin. As the Leader of the Opposition said, we agree that tenants need a better deal, but this is not the bill that gives them that better deal. And he is following in the footsteps of Scotland. It will reduce supply, push up rent. That's why we're against this bill.
Under the order of the House of 9th of October 2024, I must now put the question necessary to bring proceedings on third reading to a conclusion. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Mr Malthouse. The question is, as on the order paper, of many of their opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Keir Mater and Anna Turley. The tellers for the noes are Richard Holden and Rebecca Smith. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 440. The noes to the left, 111.
The ayes to the right were 440 and the noes to the left were 111. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock.